Hey, everybody. Good evening. Before we start tonight, I want to pause and acknowledge we had two recent tragedies that have shaken communities in very different parts of the world. In Minnesota, there was a school shooting that has left families, students, and educators grieving profound losses in a place that should always feel safe. And in Australia, a violent attack linked to a self identified sovereign citizen has also claimed lives, leaving another community reeling with grief and shock. Though these events happen thousands of miles apart, they both remind us of how fragile life can be and how violence tears at the very fabric of our communities. To all who are mourning and struggling to make sense of these tragedies, our hearts are with you. If you're listening right now and are feeling overwhelmed, please know that support is available. And in the United States, you can call or text 988 to connect with the Suicide and Crisis Lifeline. And in Australia, you can reach out to Lifeline at 13 11 14 for 24/7 crisis support. Please take care of yourselves, lean on your loved ones, and remember that conversations like these matter. We owe it to one another to keep showing up with compassion, to work towards solutions that make our community safer, and to hold space for those who are grieving. And we wanted to make that statement because obviously we're going to be talking about the sovereign citizen movement tonight. And we did have the tragedy that occurred in Minnesota. So before we began tonight, um, Sassy and Steph, good evening, ladies. How are you?
I had to unmute myself. I'm fine. How are you?
Good.
Doing pretty good myself, thank you.
Hi, Nancy. Hey, Mur. Hi, Scott. Welcome to the show tonight. We're going to we have a packed schedule tonight. A lot of stuff going on. We're going to start with Sassy's book, and then we're going to move into the Sovereign Citizen documentary, and we're going to end with what's occurring over in Australia too with the Sovereign Citizen movement and Desi Freeman, who is still unaccounted for. I think they'll be going into day 4. They still have not captured him as of yet. Um, the accused shooter of 2 police officers. So, but on brighter news, we're going to start with Sassy's book. Hi, Muggsy. Hi, Wrath. But brighter news, we're going to start off on a good high note with Sassy's book, which is amazing. And I have to tell you, the book, it's called Leaving the Mirror World, and I devoured it stats. I downloaded it from Kindle the night that you released it. I sat down, and I don't think I moved when I started. It was so good. Like, I didn't know you were that good of a writer, and you had shared it on in our Discord, the Hands of Air Discord, just a little sample, and I was like, "Wow, this is really good." But when I started reading it, I couldn't stop, and I kept telling Tasha, I was like, "This is really good. You got to read this." Um, it was just it blew my mind, I really mean that. And I think Steph shares that sentiment as well. Like Steph, you said the same thing.
I was very impressed because it I mean, I noticed a few typos and stuff like that, but that's not a thing. But the issue that most people have is there are some people that are really good speakers, but then when they try and put words on paper, it fails. You write like you're talking, and there's an eloquence to that. And I like the flow. I like the cohesion. I mean, it, it's just like Shelby and I were talking the other week about like how I was telling her how like Dr. Catherine Ramsland's got like all these credentials and degrees and all these books, but no offense to her, but her writing is all jumbled. Yours was cohesive and succinct, and the points were very apt. And I cried at the part where you talked about us in the museum. And you didn't mention me by name, but everybody knows that was me. I mean, well,
Yeah,
everybody who knows our story knows it was me. And I started
yeah.
crying.
That there were some. Okay, so like I was telling Taylor and everybody in the Twitter Spaces I did the other night. I ended up popping in, and it was kind of. I know that you were there for a little bit of it, Shelby, but
Yes.
so it was kind of like an on the spot type thing. And somebody had brought up my book, and Stephen had asked some things, and he like kept reiterating, like, he's not taking away, our conversation about this. But, as I was telling them, so I've had like, okay, so I have an iPhone, right? And I have the Notes app or whatever. And a few years ago, I don't remember where I was driving to, but I don't know. I do a lot of driving, and I end up, listening to audiobooks a lot. And for the last few years, my kind of, like, obsession has been listening to books that, are about the current political climate, and, books that were going on while I was, still in that world. And I can't recall exactly where I was driving to, but I went, and I was on this long drive, and all of a sudden, like, just these like topics that, like, I used to believe in so fiercely, were just like popping up into my head, like, oh yeah, if I ever write a book, I need to decide, or I need to write about this, and I need to write about that. So like I started writing them down in this notes
Mhm.
that I pulled up. And eventually it became like kind of overwhelming to look at, because of how much stuff I had put in there. And so then over time I'd go back into that note and like write a quick blurb about, something specifically about that subject that I wanted to talk about. And eventually, like, I kind of like wrote like the basics of each chapter in this note. And ultimately, when I sat down to start writing it, it was actually like I was inspired by my son. My son is about to be 17, and he's written at least a dozen books.
Oh, wow.
And that's being, generous. Or I'm not being generous enough. I mean, he is very, very, very talented. And we constantly talk about him, self-publishing his books, and
That's really
getting them
cool.
out, but we never did it before. Some of his books, my sister is in the process of reading and editing for him, but she just had a baby, so everybody's busy. But I was just like blown away one night when my son was talking to me about this one summary of one of the book ideas that he had.
Yeah.
And I was just like, you know what? Screw it. I'm going to try.
Good
Because
for
I had
you.
always like, because when Noelle had, discussed with me some, because there is a portion in Noelle's book where she had asked, I'm pretty sure it was myself, Steph, and Rich Logus,
Yes.
some questions. And I know that she had sent me a copy of that specific chapter for me to read through and to decide if it was something that I was okay with. I was, I think Noelle is extremely talented. And I kind of got inspired from that too. Like, if Noelle can face all the crap she's had slung at her and still, produce her documentary, produce her book in the, current moment we're in, then you know what, maybe I should try too.
Yeah.
And I just, in between doing my schoolwork and work and, kind of checking in on these people, I just would write a page or two here and there. And once it all came together, like, I was surprised. I see when Steph was talking about how people can be great speakers but terrible writers. I feel for myself personally that I struggle with speaking, but I'm better at writing.
I think you're incredible at both, actually, and I think it transferred to the paper very well. Like, it was just brilliant. It really was. I was blown
Thank you.
away.
I remember Kurt had been messaging the night that it went live, because it takes, anywhere from 72 to like, I don't know, 96 hours. Once you submit it for self-publishing to go live. So it went live, and Kurt bought bought a copy and was reading it on his Kindle, and my phone's blowing up the whole night I'm at work because every couple minutes he's sending me something else. Oh my God, this part. Oh my God. It was
I think I
amazing.
blew it up too. I felt bad. I was like
No, it was
immediately
okay.
texting you. I was like, oh my gosh.
It was because after it went live, I like my stomach like just dropped because I was like, oh my God, what did I do? Like I had that like kind of regret of publishing it. And then once people had started contacting me to let me know that, like, wow, that's amazing, like you're, blah blah, whatever they had to say, I was just like, okay, I did the right thing. Don't back out, like, because you get any time I can pull it and not let it be offered anymore. So I easily could have gone that way because I was so nervous and so like self-conscious, I guess. But having those first few people almost immediately contact me and let me know what they thought, that really like it really helped. Because this isn't easy,
Oh, I
putting
can't
myself out
imagine.
there
Yeah.
and publicly like denouncing everything that I used to believe in, and even bringing up, some of the communities. And like, if people who I was friends with within QAnon read my book, they'll know who I'm talking about,
Sure.
and I didn't want to put anybody's names into it or anything, and I really wanted to highlight that part with Steph in New York City, because I think that was the pivotal moment for me where I knew, like, standing there in that museum, listening to the tour guide in my ear, holding Steph's hand and crying, I knew I'd never turn back at
That
that.
part, I won't lie, made me cry too, and I was gonna ask you if you'd read that, but before we get to there, I wanted to read I took several screenshots as I was reading your book, but there was one part there were many,
Mhm.
but when you talk about the mirror worlds in there, I was just gonna read, part of this here. Um, this part struck me, and in these mirror worlds, cruelty isn't just tolerated, it's gamified. It becomes currency. It's performative, monetized, memed, and sold back to us as content. A protester being brutalized becomes a joke. A mass shooting becomes a debate. A refugee becomes a threat. A trans kid becomes a talking point. We are witnessing the death of empathy one click at a time. And if you're already angry, already disillusioned, already desperate to belong, this is the moment conspiracy culture seizes you. Not because it lies to you, but because it rewards that part of you that feels invisible. It makes you feel holy. It makes your suspicion feel prophetic. It makes your cruelty feel like clarity. You don't become a monster overnight. You become someone who just wants answers. Someone who's tired of being lied to. Someone who thinks maybe the media really is hiding something, and then slowly, incrementally, you find yourself justifying what once horrified you, laughing at the pain, dismissing the dead, echoing slogans that would have once made your skin crawl. And I thought that was pretty poignant before we move into you talking about how you came out and what those mirror worlds were like.
Yeah,
Did you want to
yeah,
talk about that a little bit there?
a little, yeah. So hearing you read it, knowing I wrote it, knowing I feel every word of that, it's emotional. Because that's exactly how I feel. Like, we just saw yesterday that the tragedy in Minnesota with all those kids, and just a few short years ago, I would have said it was a false flag,
Mhm.
and I would have, thought that they were just trying to cause more outrage for a gun ban, or whatever the case may be, and instead of validating the absolute grief and horror that is befalling those families
Yeah.
and the loved ones, and knowing that that was such a huge part of me for so long, and like looking, it does make my skin crawl. Like,
Yeah.
it makes me feel sick to my stomach that I used to believe in that stuff. And that's why I try to, reach out to people who are still there, and, I still talk to, I still watch over some people, and, I still have, conversations with people who are in there, because at one point, I'm hopeful that something will just not sit right with them like it did with me, and they'll start to question things. And I want them to have somebody, because if you go through that alone,
Yeah,
I mean, I couldn't imagine. I couldn't have gotten to where I am without the amazing support system that I have. So, I want that for them. Am I angry with them for the things that are happening and them cheering on? Absolutely. But I also know where they're coming from. So,
exactly. And you speak about why de-radicalization is so hard in the book because of, those different factors and, you know, things like that. And there were some other screenshots I took of you speaking about that. I mean, I think your book's just incredible. The way you know, it's not so much just a story about you, but why people believe these things, how people can fall down in these rabbit holes. Um, and there's a kindness in it, not, how can you be so dumb? How could you fall for this? Because that's not going to help anybody where we are today, right?
yep, it absolutely will not. Did you want me to start at the last chapter or the conclusion?
Wherever you would want to, because I know, hey, it's your book. This is your spotlight. I loved. Honestly, I got chills just reading that little sample that I had
Mm-hmm.
there. Like it gave me chills again. I absolutely like this book. I really loved it. And for anybody, if you're interested, I put the links in there. It's available Kindle. You can get paperback or hardcover, and I also have the QR code up there too. It's up in the corner there. That's not a trick QR code. I actually made that. It's not going to spam your phone or anything. Goes right to Amazon. It's the link. But whatever you would like to, Sassy, please
Okay.
go ahead.
I'll do from chapter 30 to the end. Just because it, like, the conclusion doesn't really talk about, I mean, the conclusion I think is probably my favorite chapter of the whole book, but it doesn't talk about how I got out. So,
Okay, great.
um, so chapter 30 is called Healing from the Mirror: My Journey Beyond Conspiracy. For years, I was trapped inside a mirror world, a place where facts twisted, enemies lurked everywhere, and certainty came wrapped in anger and fear. The conspiracy narratives I believed gave me a sense of purpose and protection, but they also isolated me from the people I loved and from reality itself. Healing from that wasn't a sudden epiphany. It was a slow, painful process of unraveling the layers of fear, rage, and confusion that had held me captive. What first cracked that mirror was something unexpected: Donald Trump's rhetoric around the COVID-19 vaccine. On one hand, Trump loudly proclaimed himself the father of the vaccine, bragging that thanks to his leadership, millions of lives would be saved. He painted the vaccine rollout as a historic triumph, a promise of protection and hope. But on the other hand, the QAnon influencers I followed told a very different story. They claimed the vaccine wasn't a life-saving tool, but a death jab designed by Bill Gates as part of a depopulation agenda straight off the Georgia Guidestones. They said it was a sinister plot to control, weaken, or kill off the population. Watching these two wildly conflicting narratives collide created a deep, gnawing unease inside of me. How could the man I supported claim something so hopeful while the truth seekers I trusted screamed that it was poison? It didn't add up. The story I thought I knew was starting to feel like a lie. It was just enough to make me start questioning things. But it wasn't until January 6, 2021 that the final pieces fell apart. I knew people who went to that day's events, people I once considered friends in the quest for truth, people I talked to every day, people I made plans with for after the war was over. Watching the violence unfold at the Capitol was more than a news story. It was personal and painful. The chaos, the hatred, the destruction. It was nothing like the peaceful research movement QAnon had promised to be. That day officially ended my time in conspiracy culture. I could no longer ignore that the movement I had believed in was about much more than uncovering hidden truths. It was about power, control, and hatred cloaked in victimhood. The peaceful research facade was gone, replaced by calls for public executions and open violence. The people I followed online weren't warriors for justice. They were warriors for division and destruction. Coming out of QAnon made me confront the violent, hateful basis beneath the surface in a way I never expected. It wasn't just a collection of misguided curiosities or harmless skepticism. It was an ecosystem that thrived on cruelty and vengeance. The community I once thought was about truth seeking was actually a breeding ground for dehumanization, where dissent wasn't just discouraged, it was met with vitriol and threats. Anyone who disagreed, questioned, or simply didn't fit the rigid narrative was labeled a traitor, a puppet, or worse, someone deserving of harm. The rhetoric was not only aggressive but deeply personal, fostering an us versus them mentality that blurred the line between online hostility and real world violence. The veneer of awakening, the idea that we were enlightened, fighting a war or a hidden war for justice, was just that, a shiny mask concealing a deeply toxic core. Behind the promises of peace, research, and patriotism lay a network that celebrated public shaming, doxing, and even calls for execution.
Mm-hmm.
The same people who preached about saving children and defending freedom were quick to endorse violent fantasies and conspiracies about mass murder of political opponents and having the entire public watch it happen. The community's language was laced with coded hatred, but the message was clear. Mercy was for the sheep, and the awakened owed their allegiance to vengeance. Realizing this was heartbreaking and terrifying. It shattered any illusions I had about QAnon being just a misguided movement or harmless misinformation. It exposed how easily fear and anger could be weaponized into a culture of hatred that not only divides but destroys. The transformation wasn't just ideological, it was spiritual. It corrupted empathy, rewired moral judgment, and normalized violence as a legitimate tool in the name of righteousness. Coming face to face with this reality was one of the hardest parts of my journey out. It forced me to reckon not only with what I believed, but who I had become inside that world. Leaving conspiracy culture isn't just an intellectual process, it's emotional, it's existential. You grieve. You grieve the version of yourself that you believed in. You grieve the time you lost, the friendships you damaged, the fear you lived in. You grieve the comfort of certainty, the thrill of clarity, the sense of mission. But most of all, you grieve the trust you gave to people who manipulated your pain. There's a shame in that, but there's also power. Because to face that grief honestly is to reclaim your humanity. You are not stupid. You are not broken. You were looking for answers in a world full of lies. And now you're building something better, not alone, but in solidarity with others who've escaped the same fire. The way forward isn't about being right, it's about being real. There is silence after you leave the conspiracy world, not the comforting kind, the kind that aches. Your world used to be filled with purpose, urgency, enemies to fight, secret truths to decode. When all that falls away, it leaves a void. And in that void, the questions come. Who am I without the mission? What do I believe in now? What if I hurt someone? What if I can't be trusted? And the most terrifying of all, what if the people I used to mock were right all along? This is where many people get stuck. They don't want to go through the grief, so they go back to the comfort of delusion. They double down or they try to reinvent the conspiracy, polish it, find a version that still feels awake, just not crazy. But grief, if you let it, can be a guide. Grief can clear the fog. It humbles you. It forces you to listen, not just to others, but to the wounded parts of yourself that led you there in the first place. Because behind every conspiracy belief is a human need that was unmet: security, community, dignity, control, truth. When you finally stop clinging to the fantasy, you can finally begin the real work of meeting those needs. Not alone, not through gurus or podcasts or YouTube spirals, but together in solidarity, in organizing, in connection. You begin to understand that the truth is often messy, incomplete, and uncomfortable, and that's okay, because certainty is not a prerequisite for justice. Compassion is. You don't have to be the savior anymore. You just have to show up, to learn, to unlearn, to tell the truth about what happened to you and how it happens to others. This is what healing looks like. It's not flashy. It's not heroic. It's not a live stream. It's the quiet, stubborn work of rejoining the human race. And in the end, in the end is the real conspiracy no one tells you about. We were never meant to survive this alone. The last 4 years have been about re education. I've had to unlearn everything I thought I knew and confront my own subconscious biases, especially those I held against communities I now recognize as vital parts of our social fabric. I immersed myself in learning from voices I had ignored or vilified while inside the movement. I sought out diverse perspectives, engaged in dialogues that once felt threatening, and found community in places I never thought I belonged. This journey has been difficult but necessary. Healing also meant sitting with pain and uncertainty without fleeing to easy answers. Conspiracy beliefs feel like armor against powerlessness, betrayal, and loss, but that armor becomes a prison. I had to learn to be vulnerable, to name my wounds, and to ask for help through therapy, honest conversations, and community. Vulnerability turned out to be a strength. Relearning how to trust was another key step, not blind faith, but the humility to question, the curiosity to weigh evidence, and the courage to change my mind. Truth is messy and complex, not neat and sensational. Most importantly, healing came through connection, repairing fractured relationships, and finding communities built on shared values, not shared enemies. These connections reminded me I wasn't alone and that hope is possible when we come together. Today, I speak out about conspiracy theories not to shame or isolate, but to offer a beacon of what's possible beyond the fear and lies. I share my story to show that leaving behind a world of paranoia and hatred is hard but possible. I advocate for empathy, for critical thinking, and for building bridges where walls once stood. Where do we go from here? We move forward with brutal honesty, owning the personal and systemic failures that created the fertile ground for conspiracy culture. We acknowledge the loneliness and the fear that drove so many of us into these mirror worlds. We move forward with compassion, not shaming those still caught in the spiral, but offering pathways back through empathy and understanding. We move forward with action, committing to rebuild trust through transparency, accountability, and justice. Fighting disinformation means more than fact checking. It means creating environments where truth can breathe and lies lose their grip. We move forward by building resilience through education, mental health support, protecting democratic institutions, and fostering inclusive communities. Above all, we move forward by choosing reality, even when it's uncomfortable, because reality, messy as it is, holds the only path to healing, connection, and justice. My journey beyond conspiracy culture is ongoing. It's a daily practice of curiosity, humility, and courage. But it's proof that stepping back from the edge is possible and that together we can find a different way forward. Each day brings new challenges, old doubts, lingering fears, and the pull of familiar narratives, but also new opportunities to listen, learn, and grow. It means confronting uncomfortable truths about myself and the world, admitting where I was wrong, and being open to perspectives I once dismissed or even despised. It means rebuilding trust not only in others, but in facts, in institutions, and most importantly, in my own capacity for critical thought. This journey has taught me that healing from conspiracy thinking isn't about simply replacing one belief with another. It's about reclaiming my ability to hold complexity, to sit with uncertainty and a lack of control without falling into despair or rage. It's about finding solidarity in communities that value empathy over division, dialogue over dogma, and action over anger. It's about learning to see people not as enemies or pawns in a grand narrative, but human beings with stories, struggles, and dignity. My story is proof that stepping back from the edge is possible. It's proof that no matter how deep someone has fallen into the mirror world of conspiracy, they can find a path back to reality and connection. But it's not just an individual journey, it's a collective one. We need to build spaces that welcome curiosity without judgment, that challenge misinformation with compassion, and that address the real fears and failures that drive people towards conspiracy in the first place. Together, if we commit to this harder, slower work, we can find a different way forward, one that doesn't feed on hatred or division, but on understanding and hope. A future where truth isn't weaponized, where justice is pursued without vengeance, and where no one feels so abandoned that they turn to false prophets and destructive myths for salvation.
That's so good, Sassy. You made my eyes leak. You made my eyes leak. I'm just so proud of you, and you like the way you wrote, and everything you say in your last chapter is so true, and your journey, and just really good. Really, really good. Really good. My eyes are leaking. My eyes are leaking.
Where's
I was holding it together.
I teared up a minute there too, but the last one is what really gets me.
It me too. Me too. Me too. Oh, oh,
Okay,
it
so
gets to me.
Steph can still hear us, right?
Yeah, she can still hear us. She can. She had to go feed Squeaks. Squeaks was demanding some treats. Steph can still hear us. She can.
All right.
She made
So
my eyes leak, Steph. She
I'm
made
back.
my eyes leak.
I'm back. I heard you sniffling while I was down there. I could hear you sniffling over the blender. Um, I really like the alliteration. Like action over anger. You show a very, like, I'm breaking it down. I'm pretending I'm like a college professor or something, and I'm totally not. Never even graduated, but I did go to school for like journalism and shit. And your alliteration, your flow, like the alliteration is what makes it. Because you know that I'm all about like puns and alliteration and all that kind of portmanteaus. So that really appealed to me, and I think the alliteration, action over anger, that's the kind of stuff that really sticks, and that is one of the elements of why Trump became so popular, is because he came up with these quirky little easy to remember catchphrases.
yep.
And the nicknames and stuff like that, so there's like a meta element of you kind of like using that in your book, and I like that. And
All right, Steph.
it really is it is a hero's journey. I'm not saying that we're heroes, but yes, thank you, Brad. I'm not saying that we're heroes, but the idea of the hero's journey, with Joseph Campbell, I suggest that everybody checks out the documentary, The Power of Myth, and the book that goes with it. The idea of going out to a foreign, unfamiliar place, whether it's physically, spiritually, or mentally, and then going through a trial and tribulation, and then coming back changed. That's the element of the hero's journey. And I think people understand that to be an external quest, but it is actually a very internal one. And there's always there's an element. You're not just escaping a belief system, you're escaping yourself, because
Yeah.
you and that belief system become inextricably tied together. So
Yep.
when you are unraveling these strings, you're not just unwinding a bowl of yarn, you're unwinding an entire quilt, or an entire scarf. You're unwinding the whole thing, and then you're building it back down. So it's very raw, and it's very emotional, and a lot of people don't realize that the time period between when you actually say to yourself, I'm done with this, and the time when you actually start waking up and realizing and working on yourself, there's a fairly there can be a fairly long time period between those two moments.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
If I wouldn't have been comfortable at any point up until now trying to do something like this. Like it took like almost a year and a half for me to even speak publicly about it. Like I was just so unsure of everything. I was unsure of myself. I was unsure of what the hell I was doing, for such a long time. And I think 2024 really shifted some things for me. Can't quite put my finger on why or what parts or anything, but 2024 was a very transformative year for me. I started, not really caring who, knew who I was. And where I came from, and I stopped seeing it as I'm ashamed that this is my backstory. I started seeing it more of this was who I was, but that's not who I am anymore. And I will never allow myself to become that person again. So it really became kind of motivating to just continue to learn new things and question everything I could think of. You know, and it really made a lot of difference for me. Um, Wrath, I used to write movie scripts when I was younger. I've never published anything, but my friends and I would make movies when we were in our teenage years and into our 20s. So
They give me hope too, Scott. I was reading Scott's comments too. Her language and Steph and Erica up here, Panda up, Sassy. They've always given me hope for other people who are in the rabbit hole and come out of it. Um, like for my loved one, like they give me hope that if they can do it, because they were so far down, anybody can. Like it really does give me hope for the world and people in conspiracy theories.
I mean, don't hold me up next to Erica because I haven't even been in the damn Discord for weeks. I keep forgetting that the Discord exists. I don't know what's going on in the world. You guys
It's
are like
okay
so
to
much more.
check out.
I no, I just wanted to say how proud I am of Erica for being able to stay tuned in the way that she is because I just I just wanted to say she's she's my hero.
you should see my group chat on Signal with Karma and our friend Jason. Every other week, I'm like, I'm done. I'm checking out. I can't do this shit anymore. like sending something that like just truly like either terrifies me or horrifies me, and I'm not even joking. Like, and if Karma's listening, she can attest that I'm constantly like, I'm done. I'm checking out. Like, I can't. Like, it's
I
just
really do check
Karma's
out of politics.
listening.
yeah.
If
It's
Karma's
too much.
listening, she could go to hell. I'm just kidding. We love you, Karma.
No, that woman is a saint.
Oh, she really is.
Um,
Oh,
Muggsy.
Eric Muggsy has a question there.
So,
That's a good question.
Oh yeah, if anybody has questions, please ask them.
please,
Why
yeah,
Sassy's here, please
definitely.
do. Before we would ever transition, please ask questions.
So the tipping point, initially I started as a 9/11 truther. And then I had a couple kids and I kind of fell off from that. But I mean, I still like believed in these little, you know, conspiracies that at the time I just thought that they were fun. You know, it wasn't anything I was 100% devoted to or anything like that. Like I'd tune into Alex Jones and some other, you know, like I listened to a lot of Bill Cooper and read his book.
Hold a pale horse.
And it would never was anything that like captivated me or like gripped me at that time. And then my ex-husband was in the military at the time. We were still married, and there was talk about a government shutdown. And I don't know if everybody is aware of this, but when the government shuts down, the military doesn't get paid
Uh-huh.
until it's over. And when you are a low-ranking enlisted member of the military, you don't make shit. You are beyond poor.
Taj was in the military, Sassy. I know this. Like I just a sidetrack real quick. I was going through our filing cabinets and he was in right after 9/11 happened was when he got out. Our pay stub when we were in for a family of 4 was $453 every like 2 weeks.
Yeah.
I don't think people realize how low and oh yeah, okay, you get a house and
Yeah,
like your
you get like
electricity and heat, but you still
right.
have to pay car insurance, you still have to pay for your vehicle, you still have to pay if you want cable, if you want a
Yep.
phone. Like I don't think people realize
Groceries.
like how poverty stricken you are.
Yeah, like I've struggled, like seriously struggled in
Oh
the
yeah.
last decade, but
I just wanted to put that in context for people how
yeah,
low the pay is.
I I never struggled the way that we struggled when we were married and
Yep,
in the
same.
military.
Yep.
Um, and I had 2 kids at the time as well.
Mhm.
Um, so I was furious, and I was a huge Obama supporter. Like, I thought that he was going to be so different, and between that, the banks being bailed out, people I knew back home losing their houses, I was just outraged. And I actually, I don't know, I don't even think you can find it anymore, but I did a interview on CNN regarding the government shutdown and the effect that it would have on military families. And it kind of just sent me spiraling. Like shortly after that, I got really into like being a crunchy mom and anti-vax and all that stuff. By the time I was pregnant with my last child, so we're talking 2015 now, I was full deep into the conspiracy world. I had been divorced at that point, really struggling as a single parent, dealing with some or not dealing, trying to have run away from, some trauma that had happened, not acknowledging that, some serious things had happened to me and I just wanted to forget about them. And my youngest child's father had, kind of, we we got along when we were friends very well, and we had a lot of same interests. We both believed in a bunch of conspiracy theories, and we kind of fed off of each other for a while there. And then when we split up, I got really sick while I was pregnant with my daughter. And in the following 5 years after I had her, I had I had to have 7 surgeries. And trying to recover from that while taking care of children by myself was not easy. And then he started sending me these Q drops. And I had no clue what they meant. Like they just sounded stupid. It was the first few months, that Q was posting back in 2017. And I would kind of like make fun of him for it because I was like, this is stupid. Like, what the hell are you sending me? Like, why do you think that this, is legitimate? Why do you think Trump is going to save the world or whatever stupid BS? And he's like, well, find out for yourself. And it was enough of a challenge that I was like, well, I'm going to go on and look into this stuff and I'll be able to prove him wrong. And he encouraged me to make a Twitter profile so that I could see these being decoded in real time. And this is the worst mistake I made, honestly. I thought I was going to be able to prove him wrong, and turns out I got sucked in so bad that it just spiraled from there. So it was a very
What do you
long
think? Oh, I'm
journey.
sorry.
No,
What
it's
do you
okay.
think now? Because we were discussing in Discord today, you, me, and Winks, a Q post from a Q poster. Like when you see that now, like because you used to be of that mindset, like you have to
Yeah.
go, what was I like? What was your thought process now when you see them? Because that post was so wild to see, and I'm like me because I've never been into, there's no conspiracies like I've ever been like, I might entertain that. So to me, when I see all this stuff, I'm just like, what? Like, what do you think now? Like, what's your process when you see them? Like,
Right. So that one that I specifically sent is
yeah,
probably one of the most batshit crazy ones I've ever seen.
that
Um,
really is. Woo.
and like, I mean, I've had interactions with targeted individuals. I've, ran like an 8-hour voice chat with a bunch of sovereign citizens. Like I have a very wide, eclectic field of, kind of woo-woo stuff that I've interacted with. But the post that I sent you guys today was just probably the most, it's the closest I've come to believing that somebody is genuinely crazy. Like,
Yeah, that was a
and
wild one.
and just pushing their craziness out into like this just crazy delusion, because I don't know how else to describe it, you know. I ran into this specific account because they interact with people from my past.
Yeah.
And I do tend to keep an eye on them, some of them a little closer than others. It's a group that doxed me.
Yeah.
So I do keep my eye on them. And when I saw this post, like I just honestly, like, for him, or for this person, I genuinely, I know the person's identity, so it is for this account to push this out into the narrative that this is something that happened to him.
Whew.
Genuinely. And Elon Musk, of all people.
Yes, that's what made it even wilder.
Yeah, like, honestly, like, this is the closest I'd probably come to saying this person needs to be put into a mental health facility.
Like, they need some help, yeah.
This is so gone. This person needs professional help, unless they're really just LARPing for engagement. Yeah. Like, but it could be one or the other, or it could be both, you know. And when I see like the kind of like the really outlandish stuff, sometimes I just laugh at it, because it's just so out there that I think that people won't believe it, and then people do, and then I'm disappointed. Like,
yeah,
you know, but luckily it doesn't seem like too many are believing this one.
There you go. Yeah, Muggsy. You can talk about this, Sassy, but I was just going to refer, if anybody wants to hear more of Erica's story, I did post, and it's on the YouTube page, but if anybody's over on Twitch too as well, because Twitch, the streams don't save like they do over on YouTube. But I did post in the comments when Erica was on our stream a couple weeks ago. She does go very in depth about it, but she can talk about it here as well, however much she wants to discuss it. But she was on and told a lot of her story. But go ahead, Sassy, if anybody wants to review it and you're not here at the moment.
So yeah, I was doxxed by people that I had met. Oh goodness. Probably within the first 6 or so months into my QAnon journey. They had, at the time when I met them, you know, we became real close friends. You know, we talked all the time on Twitter. We had group chats. You know, we did a bunch of stuff together. And then I questioned this kind of like, at first it was an amusing obsession. Like, it was kind of like how people get with like Jim Stewartson, and like they post all the stuff that he you know, talks about or writes, and, you know, kind of debunk it. But it was worse than that with what they were doing to this one person. Yeah. It was, after a while, it seemed like it was dangerous, like a dangerous obsession, like somebody was going to end up getting hurt. And I questioned it. You know, I said, what, you know, why are we focusing so much energy on this person? I thought we were going to back off or whatever. And because I questioned that, I got ostracized from the group pretty quickly. And not too much longer after that, I was doxxed on Twitter. It was like a soft dox. You know, just my first name, my last name, and my old email address. I don't use that anymore. And then I got suspended from Twitter couple months after that, and I had migrated over to Telegram. I made like an alt, you know, Twitter profile, but I wasn't really like active on it. Like, I had discovered Telegram in either the end of 2019 or the very beginning of 2020, when I had kind of jumped ship a little bit. And I found the security and the privacy of Telegram pretty enticing. And not too much longer after that, I became affiliated with he doesn't post anymore, but he was a rather large QAnon influencer, and I became one of his admins. And there was a lot of stuff that went on in that, kind of year before I eventually left. And those people from Twitter ended up on Telegram. And when they found out who I was and what my position was within like this admin group, they doxed me again. But it was a full dox. It was my relatives, my ex-husband's relatives, it was nasty. And then they'd make a bunch of like, I don't know, spam accounts and tag me in all the various groups I was in with my docs over and over and over and over again. And then that summer, a sheriff showed up at my door while I was in the middle of an admin voice chat with all the admins in this specific Telegram channel. Knocked on my door. I, obviously got off the call, and the sheriff had received a anonymous quote unquote tip that I was in a pedophile ring and that my children were in danger.
Horrible.
And luckily, the task that I specifically had, being an admin for this group, I was a documenter. I documented everything. So I had, physical proof that this was happening to me. I was being attacked. I was being doxxed, and that this was probably stemming from that. And it was dropped after, 30 minutes of talking with this cop. A couple days later, CPS shows up, same thing. Anonymous report, same, accusation. I had to go through a 30-day, investigation, and it was unfounded. But yeah,
the traumatic experience of it all, though.
Yeah, it was awful. And then the people that I was, friends with in this admin group, like, they wouldn't get rid of the people who were doing this to me because they were helping the main guy with an objective he had. And so they were still doing it, in the open. And ultimately it caused a fracture between like the people who were really close with me versus the rest of them. And we ended up in a big fight, and ultimately I got blocked out of that group and, kicked off the island. So, but it's okay.
Well, you're here now, and you're safe, and you have a book published, and you don't have to have your anonymity anymore, and you have a safe, secure location. You have your family, and you're better off for all of it now.
Yep, absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely.
Gosh.
Couldn't agree more.
Oh, what a horrific experience. Is there anything else you want to talk about before we move, or do you have any other things you want to mention about the book, Steph, before we move on to soft sits?
I just wanted to say that it was very raw and hold on. Sorry. I just wanted to say it was very raw. It was very personal, and it was very eye-opening. It was like it's like I as I get older, like I'm not as good with like giving words to my feelings or my thoughts sometimes. And like you just you put the words in that match my thoughts. Like I can never sometimes I just fumble with eloquence, and I like that you were able to kind of fill in those blanks for me. And not no, in case anyone's listening, I'm like, no, I'm not just like taking what she says because she's my friend. But I like that you were able to give, meaning to those weird German feelings that don't have English words.
Yeah.
Well, I
So
found myself, go ahead. You go ahead, Sass.
I was just going to say, so for people who haven't read it yet, there's in the last part that I put in about an experience that's together, we live across the coast from each other, but we were able to, that was probably one of the best days in this journey so far for me. It was probably the most emotional one that I've experienced. But Steph and I were featured in a documentary. Right now, I actually just spoke with one of the guys. It was more than being in this documentary.
He messaged me for your email.
Yeah, I have to actually send them because I spoke actually about the docs when they were here in November of last year, and I completely forgot to send them my Dropbox file about it. But yeah.
Oh.
So it's kind of funny that it's about that. But yeah, that's really all I wanted to say is that, Steph is featured in my book, not publicly named, but everybody who knows that day knows that it's about her. So
I knew it was her.
You know. If you know, you know. And I like that day for me. I have a lot of memories, and I have the pictures, but if you asked me, I can't really remember anything about the museum that much. I remember the feelings. I remember the emotion. I didn't really I experienced us. I mean, I experienced the museum, but I experienced us like that secret feeling we both independently got as conspiracy theorists that we have like some secret little nugget of information that no one else does, and that's like our secret little special thing. Like I had that feeling there because I was like, how many other people here are seeing this the same way that we are? And that was like a truly like secret special feeling that I kind of liked. And I remember when the guy asked about, he's like, does anybody know the story about the squeegee? And I remember I was like, me. I was like a kid in class. I got all excited. But it like I remember the day, but it's more of a memory of a feeling, if that makes any sense. But yeah, I just I can't imagine having been there for the first, or maybe it's my only time I've ever been there as just a normal person touring it. Like to me, there was something special about being there with someone else who used to see the world so differently. And I really did want to ask the tour guide afterwards, like, have you had any encounters with truthers? And I'm sure they have, but it just didn't feel appropriate to ask that question. But
I'm sure they because it's like, those crazy people who've shown up at Sandy Hook or
100%.
All these other tragedies, they do it all the time. I'm curious how they handle them,
I would think they have training to respond to them. Like I would think you have to.
They're probably trained to say something like, would you like a free tour? You know what I mean? They probably have a special training to diffuse the situation, and they probably use it as an like, if I were in that circumstance, I would use it as a learning opportunity. Like, oh, you don't think the Holocaust happened? Well, let's go to the Holocaust Museum. You know what I mean? So maybe they use it like as a learning thing. But I can't. I mean, my patience would quickly run out.
expire. Oh yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't even know if I'd be able to deal with a bunch of people how we used to be, honestly. Like I really don't think I could.
I can't. Yeah, I have a hard time. Like my husband will come home from the bar and he'll be like, "Oh yeah, there's a Mexican QAnon guy who goes to our bar." I'm like, "Hold on." And like, even though I know that things that don't make sense still make sense in wacko world, like it's still. And he's like, and the way that he tells me about the conversations he has with this guy, I'm like, how are you able to do that? Like, because I would just be so uncomfortable and I'd be like, but I'm learning better to like deal with people like that and stuff. But it is very difficult because for me, it's always the idea of, do you have, it's like when, like, I used to have a bad drinking problem. And now when I drink because I want to drink, not to get drunk or anything like that. So it's like for me, when I'm around people who are like getting all shit faced and stupid drunk, I'm very uncomfortable because I'm like, what the hell's wrong with you?
Yeah.
Because I've been there,
I,
so
I
it's that feeling of like, do you know what damage you're doing to yourself?
right.
I do. Do you?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I have such a my face is a caption, like is subtitles face.
Oh,
So
my face is like that. I can't. We have
Like
we have a
I
hot
can
dog stand that opened near us, like in our town, and Taj went down to it and he was like, "Oh my gosh, the lady who runs it's a conspiracy theorist. You should come meet her." No, I don't want to meet her. And then he was telling me all this stuff, and he was like
wait,
he's
wait,
like,
wait,
"You
wait,
should
wait.
really talk to her." And I was like, I don't want to engage with her. Like I don't. And I was like, "Well, what did you say
You
to her
should.
about her being a flat earther?" And he was like, "Well, I'm going to have to beg to agree to disagree." I was like, "There's no agreeing to disagree. The Earth's not flat. Like I wouldn't be able to engage in this conversation with her because I can't agree to disagree. The Earth is not flat, right?"
see.
Ask
I
her next time you go there, ask her for $50,000 worth of Chicago hot dogs
But my
and see
husband's
if she
very
gets
polite.
it.
He can do that, right? Like he can engage in these conversations and not where I'm just like, I couldn't do that. I don't wanna engage in that kind of back and forth. I just don't. I don't have the wherewithal.
I I've done it like in person with people before, like where they'll, sit there and try to convince me that me turning away from conspiracies was a mistake because of X, Y, and Z. And they'll be halfway through a point and I'll be like, oh, really? So blah, 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 like answer off of their point and be like, yeah, I used to believe that too. And guess what? It's changed this many times and now it's this version. So which
Right?
version is true, And like, but like my face gets so expressive that like, and it's like a cap, like a subtitled resting bitch face. So people think that I'm arguing with them, and I'm
Uh-huh.
just internally I'm like laughing, And then
Right?
like there's other times where it's just like I'll just like sit there and like be listening to somebody's conversation or whatever. Like if I'm at the bar or even at work, like and I'll just like quickly glance at them and like they'll be like, oh, what's wrong? Like, what's
Mhm.
wrong with your face? And I'm like, it's just my face, bro. Like, leave me alone.
Sorry. Yeah, I mean, I'm glad he told me because it would catch me off guard. Now I'm prepared because if
Right.
she says that, I can just kind of like move along, right? "Hi, Karma." I can be like, "Huh, interesting," and just be like, "Give me my food." Like, I wanna escape
Hi,
this, right?
Karma. Hi,
Hi,
Karma. We
Carmi.
all love you. We were talking shit about you before you showed up. We
No,
were just
no, no,
saying
no.
how horrible you are.
He
No,
was
that was
talking shit.
Steph was
That
talking
was
shit, not
Steph.
us. Hi,
Hey,
Amber.
Amber.
Karma,
I
perfect
wasn't
time.
actually talking shit, Karma. I just said if you're listening, you could go to hell.
Oh, alright. So with that, I am just going to briefly before I play these 2 I have the clip about explaining what sovereign citizens are in the United States, and then what they are, in Australia. It's a little humorous one, but I wanted to read this briefly, and, I came across this when I was listening to Tinfoil Tales because they kinda distinguish, between just calling them sovereign citizens, um, And there's another terminology that they have started using, because sovereign citizen, the terminology is more used when you talk about it in the United States. But let me read from my notes here. For this episode, we will be using the term sovereign citizen, but it should be noted that when discussing this movement broadly across the world, the appropriate terminology would be pseudo law adherent. Canadian legal scholar Donald, I hope I get this last name right, J. Natalo, I'm butchering this, Netolazzi, defined pseudo law as a collection of legal sounding but false rules that purport to be a law. A definition that distinguishes pseudo law from arguments that fail to conform to existing laws, such as novel arguments or an ignorance of precedent in case law. Not to break it down further. A pseudo law adherent is someone who adopts or promotes beliefs, arguments, and behaviors that mimic the appearance and language of legal processes, but are actually based on false or fabricated legal principles. These individuals often assert that they are not subject to laws of the country in which they live, claiming various forms of immunity or sovereignty without any legal foundation. Key characteristics of pseudo law adherents: they use legal jargon and reference statutes or legal principles that do not actually exist or do not apply as they claim. Common arguments include the straw man theory, which they claim there is a distinction between their real self and a legal persona or personhood, asserting that legal obligations apply only to the latter. They frequently challenge court authority, refuse to properly identify themselves, or create sham legal systems, common law courts, or fake legal documents. Pseudo law adherents generally believe their arguments are valid law, not realizing these are based on misunderstanding and deliberate distortion of legal concepts. Their efforts universally fail in courts and can result in contempt charges, fines, or imprisonment. Pseudo law is linked with groups like sovereign citizens, tax protesters, and micronation movements, but anyone can be a pseudo law adherent regardless of formal group membership. Courts describe these arguments as incoherent, frivolous, and sometimes dangerous, as they disrupt legal processes and sometimes even escalate into threats or harassment of judicial officers. Now, just a brief history of the pseudo law movement. The history of the pseudo law movement, also known as pseudo law, traces back to the mid 20th century in the United States. Now, this isn't going to be a complete history. This is just very, very brief, with antecedents possibly as early as the 1930s. These false legal doctrines typically challenge the legitimacy of government authority, taxes, or court systems, and have developed through several major phases. The early origins, the 1930s through the 1950s. Idiosyncratic legal theories began surfacing in North America, with early variants challenging tax obligations and governmental authority, notably seen in Canada in the 1930s and the United States by the 1950s. It developed and spread through the 1970s and the 1980s. The movement's ideological foundation was shaped by groups like Posse Comitatus in the United States, which combined tax protest with conspiratorial and white supremacist beliefs. William Potter Gale, a prominent Christian identity preacher, developed this idea that federal and state governments had no legitimate authority, advocating for common law based on personal interpretation or religious belief. The expansion and export happened throughout the 1980s through the 2000s. Economic stresses like the 1980s U.S. farm crisis helped fuel further dissemination. Advocates such as Roger Elvick promoted fraudulent tax schemes with this so-called redemption movement. These ideas were exported internationally, notably to Canada, via the via the Dex, debt, I cannot pronounce that word, debt axer movement, which were further framed by individuals like Eldon Warman to fit Commonwealth legal context. The Canadian freemen of the land movement grew by adapting these U.S.-originated pseudo-legal arguments. Growth via technology and societal crises through the 2000s to the present day. The internet dramatically increased the spread, with pseudo-law and sovereign citizen arguments gaining traction in North America, the UK, Australia, New Zealand, Germany, Austria, and beyond. The Great Recession and the COVID-19 pandemic helped spur the resurgence of interest and activity in these movements. The tactics have included the creation of fake courts, sham legal proceedings, and the misuse of official sounding documents. And to finish this up, US-derived pseudo-law has spread internationally, resulting in local adaptations and sometimes hybridization with indigenous dissident law traditions, such as Germany's Reichsbürger movement. That happened, what was that, a year or two ago? And such doctrines remain remarkably consistent in the core tenets, but many assume unique characteristics according to local legal cultures and histories. Pseudo-law adherents have consistently failed to gain legitimacy in any legal system. Their tactics are broadly recognized by courts as frivolous and sometimes criminal efforts to escape legal obligations or harass opponents. Thus, the movement has evolved from a fringe tax protest to a globalized, conspiratorial, anti-government ideology, particularly flourishing during times of economic upheaval and distrust in authority. Now, that is that. And let me pull up. This first one here is the one with a little bit of humor in it. Let me open this up. She made me laugh. Pause. Okay, I'll share this screen. Gotta take this down. Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to say I was afraid all this time holding this secret in about the documentary that I'd be the first one that I'd slip up and say something.
About what?
I
Oh,
didn't.
the documentary.
I'm just proud of myself that I wasn't the first one to say.
I haven't said a word about the documentary. I was like, oh, Sassy.
No, but Erica did, and I was just like, Steph didn't do it. Steph held out. Steph kept the secret. Because that's a pretty hard secret to keep. No, I'm just happy that like I wasn't the first one to say something about the documentary. Like I was, you know what I mean? So I'm like, oh, someone else said something first. Yay!
Let's see, Muggsy. French
I mean,
flags
that's
and
a hard thing.
It's a big
quiet.
secret.
Yeah.
French flags and admiralty. I cannot talk tonight. Law is an American thing, but I've even heard Canadians cite that trope. It's such a weird world. Also, up here, they like to cite that shit from the Magna Carta. I know, it is very weird. It is a weird world, Muggsy. It really is. Okay.
Do sovereign citizens' claims have any legal basis? If you have no idea what I'm talking about, you may remember videos during lockdown of people refusing to wear masks because it
doesn't apply to me.
Or drivers arguing with police officers like this.
Your nose to appear again today for disqualified driving. Okay?
Okay, but I don't drive. I haven't been driving.
That's all right. Who drove the car here?
I didn't drive here. I travelled here.
How did the car get here?
I moved it.
You moved it by controlling the controls of the car?
Yes, that's right.
Thank you, that'll do.
Yeah, I didn't drive it though.
As I said to my dad on the last day of schoolies, I think I need a lawyer. Found one. This is Marilyn. Hey, Marilyn. What is a sovereign citizen?
They're a very diverse group, loosely affiliated, not a tight-knit group at all. They have one common thread, and that is they're opposed to government. They regard government as illegitimate and having no authority over them.
So they're like, you can't tell me what to do, you're not my real government. The stepdad defense.
Yes, exactly. Sovereign citizens believe that laws only apply to them if they consent to them.
So that's why they say stuff like,
I do not consent.
It's not true that a law doesn't apply to you if you don't consent to it. Australian courts have made this point many times.
But maybe they successfully challenge their cases once they get to court?
No.
Who are you?
This is my office and you're trespassing.
I do not consent.
Well, I was a magistrate for 22 years, and not only haven't they succeeded in my court, but nowhere in Australia have the sovereign citizen arguments succeeded. And I'll have the wig too, please. they all get thrown out.
But sovereign citizen websites have a whole page of testimonials where people from all states have successfully fought using their information and won. See, it's on their website.
All of those testimonials are either false or the reported decisions simply don't exist, and I've looked for them.
Are you trying to say to me that the sovereign citizen websites are bullshit?
That's exactly the right legal term.
So there's no chance that maybe you would have missed a case?
Not a chance. Not in the magistrates' court, not in the district court, in the Supreme Court, in the family court, in the AAT.
Got it.
Nowhere in any court have any of these arguments ever succeeded.
So where does the idea that people can just opt out of laws come from?
It comes from a very idiosyncratic belief that you can separate the legal or corporate aspects of a person and their natural or living person.
Sovereign citizens believe there is the living person, aka flesh and blood human being, aka you that came out of your mum, and the legal person, which is just an administrative concept only created when a government issues someone with documentation of the state, like, say, a birth certificate.
Sovereign citizens believe that they can reject their legal personality and therefore laws don't apply to them, and their natural living personality is unfettered by any of the restrictions that typically apply to all of us.
Okay, and that's why they say this sort of thing.
And I'm not property of the state, so you can't take me.
It is my right as a living woman to do
I have the
whatever
whole
I
clip
want.
of that
So
lady.
can I, as a living person, do whatever I want?
Of course not.
No.
Boring. Okay, so where do they get these ideas from?
The idea that you can separate, your personalities is idiosyncratic to sovereign citizens. If you go back in English legal history, we can look at slavery and can see, well, there we had a separation of legal personality.
Where's my tabs? Sandy, we are going to watch the Four Corners report. Yes, we are going to watch it. We're going to watch this first. This is Australian sovereign citizens, what they think, and then we're going to compare it with the U.S. It features Travis from QAA, just a short clip from Vice, and then we're going to go into that documentary with some other clips broken into it because I have some other things, and then we're going to end with what happened on Australia recently with the sovereign citizen who is on the lam right now. I think they're going into day 4, and they still haven't caught him. That shot the 2 police officers.
And slaves being treated as property.
I mean, that sounds like a legal basis to me.
Well, it might have been 200 years ago, but it certainly hasn't been since.
So I appreciate that you have a diploma in the rules or whatever.
A master's in law.
But did you know that the country, known formally as the Commonwealth of Australia, is registered in the US Securities and Exchange Commission as a corporation? It says it right here on the website.
That's so that they can trade in exchange and shares and the like in America. That doesn't actually have any implications in terms of Australian law whatsoever.
And I think you'll find if your name is in all capital letters, like on, for example, your driver's license, that refers to you as a legal person, which is why I have made an individual recognition card, which features my name in
They do have
lowercase
these.
and
I have some
hyphenated.
copies.
Yeah, I've heard that argument so many times, and it's never held up in any court, anywhere.
And if I attach one of these to my car, it refers to me, the living Lou, as a person who is travelling in private property, not driving, which means the police can't stop me or fine me for any reason.
The difference between driving and travelling is unknown in any Australian law. There were some really old common law rules relating to that in England back in the 15th and 16th century, but they haven't been in existence since then.
What sovereign citizens offer is a fantastical, mythical version of the law that has no contact with reality. And I'm concerned that it exploits vulnerable people. People who see something on the internet, pay money for a script about how they should deal with police officers or why they don't have to pay income taxes. And ultimately, that's to their great disadvantage.
Hang on a second, is that exploiting or educating?
Have you been doing your own research?
Maybe.
I think it's probably time for you to leave.
Fine. I was just travelling anyway. I'm going to take this. Not going to lie, I was disheartened. Breaking free of the oppressive shackles of the Australian state sounded sweet. Back in the 70s, there was this guy called Prince Leonard who tried to establish his own micronation in Hutt River, Western Australia. He issued his own passports and made his own money, and if he can do it, then...
He also got fined $3 million by the government for unpaid taxes. His micronation was never recognised by anyone. And even his own son told us, it is simply not possible to wake one day and decide that you do not agree with the laws of the land. It's over, Lou. Wrap it up.
So there you go, Candace. According to law experts, the police, the courts, and even the descendants of Prince Leonard, sovereign citizens' claims have no legal basis. Happy?
Good enough.
If you didn't like that answer, I have self-published an ebook with a different answer, which you can purchase at www.sovereigncitizens.com. It's my right as a living person to...
It's a little lighthearted way to begin that because this stuff does get very, very intense as we go along. Now let me play the vice part where it explains U.S. sovereign citizenry, just to show the difference between the two here. My document here, and then we'll go into the four corners, which is very good if nobody has seen it yet, and we'll break in with the other stuff as well. Okay. That went off. Get through these commercials. Okay, here we go. Share the screen.
The thing about QAnon is that it kind of absorbs and easily blends with any other conspiracy theory-driven movement.
The latest movement to glom onto Q? The sovereign citizens.
We do sometimes, Sandy.
These guys have been around for decades, spinning out from radical right-wing movements in the 1970s.
It's sort of a loose collection of anti-government extremists and tax protesters who believe that they aren't bound by normal U.S. federal law. Because this is an anti-government movement, they don't recognize the legitimacy of government forces in any way. This has motivated them to take some very extreme and dangerous actions.
Conveniently, that anti-government view also gets the sovereign citizens out of all the pesky stuff normal people do to maintain a functioning society, like paying taxes and following regular laws.
I often compare them to kind of like anarchists, but they've developed their own kind of alternate legal system, which they believe allows them to ignore conventional legal standards.
I'm not one of your citizens. I'm not in your city. I'm not in your state. I can't be in it. It's impossible.
And how do they justify living in the United States but not following any of the rules?
So core to the sovereign citizen belief system is the idea that the United States stopped being a country and started being a corporation in 1871.
Bear with me, because this is going to get convoluted. Sovereign citizens think language in the 14th Amendment, which granted citizenship to former slaves, also changed the citizenship status of every single person in America. Where we were all previously sovereign citizens of our individual states, we're now under the total control of the federal government, undoing our individual rights. Sovereign citizens claim the United States then later became a corporation, beholden to some shady powers that be.
They essentially believe that all laws and all constitutional amendments after 1871 are illegitimate, and consequently, all presidents after 1871 are also illegitimate.
So, are all of us sovereign citizens under their interpretation of history?
No, actually, they believe that the rest of us have kind of given up our sovereign citizenship by getting zip codes or getting a driver's license or doing other things that allow us to participate in U.S. society.
Now, I mean, one of the things is the 14th Amendment, right? Pretty important if you think about the history of racism in the United States. Are these guys, these sovereign citizens, just racist with a different name?
Some sovereign citizens may not recognize how the ugliness of where their belief system came from, but it is certainly rooted deeply in conspiratorial thinking, white nationalism, and anti-Semitism. More recently, we've seen QAnon followers starting to adopt sovereign citizen-style arguments in order to claim that Donald Trump will be inaugurated this coming March 4th.
Trump will not be sworn in as the 45th president of the United States on January 20th. Trump will take office as the 19th president of the United States on March 4th.
Michelle.
The reason that they believe this is because this was actually...
What did you say?
That woman who was just talking, her name's Michelle. She is probably one of the most out there people I encountered in my time with Q. Michelle Teeter. Yeah, her last name's Teeter. She believes that Pleiadians and Dracos are going to come and take over the world. And
You're kidding me.
Oh, I'm dead serious.
Let me back up a second because I was taking care of a spammer and I missed her. I see her face now. Let me just back up there a second. There we go. Okay. Oh my gosh.
Trump will take office as the 19th president
looks
of the
familiar.
United States on March 4th.
The reason that they believe this
Okay, let me pause again. Hold on. Go ahead.
She spams people's comments and will accuse them. It doesn't matter who you are. You know, she'll accuse you of being a pedophile. She'll say that you're going to be executed. Just real horrible stuff. I had a run-in with her on Gab, I think, a while back, many years ago.
My goodness.
Yes,
who would think like we'd be watching a thing on Sovereign Citizens and you'd be like, oh my gosh, I know her.
Yeah.
Small world, right?
I mean, unfortunately.
Oh my gosh. She looks familiar. She does.
Official inauguration date in the U.S. Constitution prior to the 20th Amendment.
For a QAnon believer who is perhaps disappointed that on Inauguration Day, Trump didn't declare martial law and take over power, this is another date for them.
Exactly. This is just part of a long-running tradition in the QAnon community of moving the goalposts continually, believing that their day of vindication and that the apocalyptic date in which the forces of good, in their view, finally take over the federal government, win out at last.
So if they are anti-government and they don't recognize the legitimacy of our current government, why do they even want a President Trump to potentially take over in office on March 4th? That seems inconsistent internally.
It is inconsistent.
Are we still talking about? Okay, I'll just let this finish playing out. Might as well.
That our current form of government is illegitimate, but what they want is a restoration of the true, actually legitimate form of government. They believe Trump is the savior of humanity, and they would happily see Trump to be the sovereign ruler of the United States for the rest of his life.
Well, let's not mince words then. Like, we call these conspiracy theories, but is this just fascism by another name?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, these people, they crave authoritarian...
It's a good segment. It goes a little further than Sovereign Citizens, but it's a good segment.
A military crackdown, a coup, essentially, in which a military junta rules over us, with the sort of the consent of Trump. So, yeah, these are authoritarian fascists, and their ultimate goals are fascist.
There we go. Okay. So that is the different. You can see the little bit of differences between the way the sovereign citizen movement is in the United States versus Australia. I just wanted to give that little perspective on it. And I think they both did a good job of covering it, both perspectives of it. So this documentary, I watched it because Dr. Christine posted it, and I'm going to share her. I practice saying her last name too. I don't want to mess it up, so I'm just going to call her Dr. Christine so I don't mess it up. But this is her website. I'm going to put it down. She tracks the sovereign citizen movement in the United States, Canada. You'll see her post a lot about the Queen of Canada, Ramona. But this is a website that she runs and tracking the movements. And I'm going to post her. You can follow her on Blue Sky and Twitter. She is really good on covering the movements before we get it. And I had seen that she had posted about this documentary done by Four Corners, and I watched it immediately. And I knew that I wanted to cover it and discuss it. And I didn't realize how poignant, and I don't think a lot of people did, this documentary would be, because it was just, was it a day or two later that Desi Freeman would shoot two police officers in Porpunka, Australia, which we will talk about at the end of this. So let me pull up the documentary here. Let's see. It's really well done. It covers everything here. Through the commercials. Okay. Share screen.
An offensive from the fringes has been launched against mainstream society.
This is your opportunity to leave. If you don't do that, we'll be arrested.
Hackney got all that.
How do you feel then when you get labelled as a domestic terrorist?
It's just what we call the spin. It's like the sovereign citizen. It's out there to try and discredit us.
It's a quasi-civil war. And the front lines are courts, councils and cops.
Thank you. You may be seated.
The new armies are self-appointed law enforcement groups.
The defendants, in this case, former Prime Minister Scott Morrison, on the charge of human trafficking.
Guilty.
And so these sovereign citizens, like, what are they saying?
Some people call these groups sovereign citizens.
Are you a sovereign citizen?
I am a sovereign citizen, and everyone is a sovereign citizen.
Many try to distance themselves from the label.
Is this the peak body representing the sovereign citizen movement?
Nah, there is no peak body, and there is no sovereign citizen movement.
Whatever they call themselves, these groups are united in a belief that the government is illegitimate. They operate in an alternate reality where people have ultimate authority over the state. They believe a new age is coming.
Stand your ground, hold your line in line.
Post-COVID, the sovereign citizen movement is not fringe anymore.
Shot.
Governments are underestimating the reach and threats of these movements.
These groups take us inside their movement for the first time. We ask them what they want and what they're prepared to do to get it.
People that are angry and are willing to choose which laws to obey or not do start making death threats. This is really violent. We have to be really careful about this. This is not a laughing matter.
It is not, sadly.
Just wave to a cop. Here he comes.
I just need your driver's license. You're the driver.
I'm not driving. Driving is a techno term for in-commerce. Please provide evidence I'm doing business.
You might recognise these scenes.
But I'm not under your laws.
As a driver,
I do not have to.
As I've observed you driving,
are you conspiring to commit murder? In fact, you can't force rape me.
Is it your vehicle?
During COVID, a group of people started broadcasting their clashes with police.
Travelling in my private property.
No, you can call it whatever you like, but I'm telling you, you're driving a motor vehicle in Victoria.
It's easy. Oh, whoa.
You're under arrest.
Please state your name and address.
The common law does not require...
Please state your name and address or I'll place you under arrest.
Let me put it to you that acts only apply to persons, to fictitious people. I'm a living man. Do you agree that I'm a living man?
You don't have consent. If you break my window, open it up. If you break my window, no, you are trespassing against my property, sir.
But what starts as a bold declaration of freedom from the law can quickly turn to financial ruin.
Yes, please.
You know, my friend Jim, he used to be with the FBI. He used to work like digital CSAM for the FBI. And I remember the one time we were talking about sovereign citizens. He goes, do you know how we used to handle those arrests? And I was like, the sheriff? He goes, yep. So he encountered sovereign, but it's just funny. Like I knew the sheriff, like the FBI is like for me, you know, I mean the FBI is practically run by them now, but it's just like look, I'm not like in the cops, like no one's like really pro cop, you know, but just like there is a small amount of empathy and sympathy.
Oh, I can't imagine dealing with this. I honestly cannot imagine the level of patience it would take. I really can't, because you get to a point where the windows get broken, and we're gonna see that, where they just eventually are like, "That's it. You're coming out," right? Like, we can't keep doing this, where you're like, "No, no, no."
Oh, it's funny how it takes them a little bit of time. They try to de-escalate before they break the window. But if you're a brown person driving in the United States, they'll just smash that windshield without any warning.
Well, they're calling for, and we'll
Sorry,
get
I
to
just
that,
had
like,
it.
they're calling for some inquests and things in Australia because they ignored it for so long and things have gotten incredibly violent. But, it is in the United States too. And I think there was a shooting on Dr. Christine. She had posted on her Twitter feed, I think it maybe Colorado, or I forget the state, like a sovereign citizen had done something. But the United States is bigger, right? Like Australia compared to, like, say, Texas population wise and stuff. So, but like, we have so much violence in the United States and shootings every day and violence against officers and stuff that we're just like, oh, another shooting, another shooting, another shooting, so we're just like blind to it. Where Australia, I'm not saying Australia doesn't have violence, but they don't have the near level of gun violence that we do, right? So they take things a bit more serious there. And, where we're just like, oh, thoughts and prayers.
You're on my property, mate. I'm asking you.
I'm on your property because we're impounding your vehicle.
I want to meet the man in this video.
You're breaking the law, fellas. I know the law.
John, how are you? I'm good. I think I'm at the end of your street. How are you, John? Good to meet you. Thanks for having us.
That's good.
Appreciate it.
Come on board.
One-time law student John Quaremba
Law
lives on a
student.
houseboat docked on Hindmarsh Island.
Come on, mate.
Thanks for having us.
So it's pretty basic, anybody?
How long have you been out here on the...
2 years. 2 years now on the boat. That's just good. A coffee was all right, coffee. We'll make a beautiful coffee for you, mate.
From his boat, John is waging what he calls lawfare against the system. He has thousands of followers.
I think what I see, and I said to you, it's like a quasi-civil war. Dan. It's like a paper war. You know, sugar?
When COVID border closures kept him from visiting his mother, John began questioning the government.
My mum was, she was getting cancer treatment. She was in stage 4. So when we weren't able to see her, that was profound, because it was the first time that I thought, wait a second, I thought we were one country, like a federated country, and they closed the borders. And we were like, and so that then really started making me question the law, and I did always want to sort of study. And at that time,
but you also really you wanted to see your mum, right?
I really wanted to see mum, yeah. So I went over, I broke the law, that they said there was at the time. And that was pretty tough. This is the thing that, I didn't get vaccinated, I didn't wear a mask, I was ostracised in my community. I had pretty strong beliefs about what was going on. We haven't had any accountability, and the people are still angry. Under the surface, still bubbling, that anger is still bubbling.
Anger over COVID restrictions reached a crescendo in 2022 during the convoy to Canberra.
Stand your ground, hold your line in light, in love and peace, and lawfully.
It would become the largest protest ever held on the steps of Parliament.
That is actually, and Erica can correct me if I'm wrong, but that was Q's last official drop.
Yep.
Was posting a video for Twisted Sisters. We're not going to take
It
it,
was.
and it has become it. I mean, we're not going to take it. It's always been a great song, but them playing that song, that might not just be a protest
Yeah,
song.
no, a lot
You
of
know what I mean?
a lot of them see it as like their battle cry now. You know,
Yeah. And I can tell you, I've talked to Dee Snider. Well, I didn't talk to her, but I've like been in emails with Dee Snider's manager. They're not happy about it.
Yeah, they so it's not just like QAnon followers, you know, that see it as their battle cry. It's, you know, even like the fringe groups that you don't think are a danger, but they really are. There is one thing that I did want to read real quick, that Dr. Christine had written about 5 years ago. And it says sovereign citizens, and this is, you know, she wrote this about American ones. But I mean, what she says in this paragraph is true for them anywhere where they are throughout the world. Sovereign citizens have killed ordinary American citizens, but are better known for their murder of police officers. Sovereign citizens must be punished to the full extent of the law. Their crimes, infractions, and misdemeanors must not be overlooked or plea bargained. They are not unintelligent, ill-informed individuals deserving of our indulgence. They are terrorists. They live outside the law. They believe the American government does not exist. They believe that no U.S. law is applicable to them, that no court in the U.S. has power over them. They believe that they may move into any vacant home. They believe when they are stopped or arrested by police officers that they have the right to kill them. And she wrote this 5 years ago, and that's about the time where I had first encountered them. And they were going by and they were bickering about the name too, but American State Nationals is the group that I encountered. I believe they call themselves American Nationals now, maybe. I don't know. They change their name all the time, but like I have this SPLC article that just goes into like the violence that they've perpetrated just in 2024, you know, last year. And it's crazy how violent they are. And if you watch any like YouTube videos of like their encounters with cops, it almost always ends one way or the other violently. It's
Yeah, they are much more than paper terrorists, and I think people need to start recognizing that.
Yep.
Very, very good. No, that was, yeah. I think a lot of people, and that's why I'm like, go follow Dr. Christine. Like, she is so on top of this movement and has been for a long time. She's excellent. Tinfoil Tales, Sauce and Sandy have been covering the Australian movement. Joel Hill and Jack of the Conditional Release Program podcast are really good at it, covering the movements and everything going on over there. And if you follow all three of those, like the podcast and the people from those and Dr. Christine, they also will lead you to other people that are following those movements and the sovereign citizens, you know, within the US, especially Dr. Christine. Like she covers everything. Like you'll get a wide swath of all of that, but highly recommend all three that I just mentioned. Because then you'll get everything you need to, you know, really understand this, because it's just so vast and it's so problematic, and it's just been growing more and more since the pandemic hit, right? Since 2020, I think it's just increased in its scope and increasing violence.
To the forecourt or car park, as you may be subject to arrest.
It's a bit of a sticky situation, Abby.
John took on a leadership role.
Because I'm not going to be intimidated by you.
I can still hear the excitement in your voice.
Oh, it was because it was. I didn't know what I was getting myself into.
You're fine. You're fine. I heard you.
No, I was just gonna say that like you know, when what Travis was saying in that clip, it's like, you know, that their belief systems just really don't make sense. But it's kind of funny because you know, and it might just be a frequency bias. I'm not encountering it or looking for it that much, but you know, like I said, with the Jade Helm people being awfully quiet about the ICE detention centers, like, I don't know, soft citizens seem, and I might, this is just a vibe. I don't have anything to back this up, but I have this feeling, this impression, this sensation that the soft cits are totally cool with what's going on right now.
I have been negligent, I have to say. This is an area I haven't like, I look at Dr. Christine's feed, like, at least once a week, but this is an area of my focus. I can't study everything, right? I can't be all-knowing about every area of extremism
Yeah.
because I would make myself crazy. So I've been a little negligent in the soft citizen movement, which I think I need to start familiarizing myself just a little bit more about, because it's not just that, like, whenever I read out about pseudo law adherent, because it encompasses a lot more, and like it does branch out into a lot of other things because people do try this. You know, it doesn't necessarily mean they're a soft sit, but they do believe, you know, there's some conspiratorial beliefs where people might adhere to some of these beliefs, but they're not necessarily a soft sit. So I do think I need to start acquainting myself a little bit more with this. And then maybe, I don't know if that's true or not. You know, you could have a point there, but I can't speak to that because I don't know.
I'm probably wrong. Everyone pretend I didn't say anything. I
No,
probably
you
said
might be
something
onto something.
stupid.
I
I'll
don't
just
know.
shut up.
That's something I would have to, you know, look into more because I don't really know. Like,
What did you say? I'd stepped away real quick.
It just seems like, you know, like you said in your book, and we've had this discussion before, that like, you know, all the Jade Helm people are awfully quiet about the ICE
Mhm.
detention centers, and to me it seems like the soft sits are awfully quiet about the shit going on with Trump. But I'm coming from a place of I don't know. What it probably is it's just an assumption, since nobody else seems to have any goddamn principles. You know, it might just be that I'm assuming that the soft sits are totally fine with
No,
what's
I
going
mean,
on. So everybody just pretend that, get the Men in Black thing out and wipe your
I
brain
mean,
so you don't remember me saying
the
any of that.
larger, you know, group kind of belief around sovereign citizens is that they do approve of this type of thing because they believe that that Trump is going to be the one that converts America back to like common law, because they believe that we now run on maritime law. And basically what that means is that they believe that you know, when we abandoned the gold system and kind of staked everything on the dollar, that every person, you know, born, when they get a birth certificate and a social security number, it makes us like collateral, like we're currency, basically. And they think that it, like, that there's like a corporate trust on each person that's born, because we are on common law now instead of maritime law, and because we don't have the gold standard, you know, any currency anymore. So they all believe that we have a secret treasury account, that once we go back to this, you know, previous currency backed system and common law, that we are going to get, every US citizen is going to get the money from their, you know, secret US treasury account. And they range it, the amount, anywhere between, you know, 500,000 to a couple million. And they believe that by filing all these papers, like, because it is, I mean, at first, when you first get into the sovereign citizen movement, it is a literal paper terrorism to, you know, court offices or courthouses, county clerks, you know, anybody that deals with anything with law because they have you fill out these enormous packets constantly to declare yourself, a free person, and to declare, like, to end your maritime law. And it's really, really complicated. I listened one night, back when in the Telegram room when we used to have the voice chat on 24 hours a day. Towards the end of the night, it's probably 10, 11 o'clock at night, and I was saddled with the night shift for that evening, being the admin in the voice chat, and I listened for almost 12 hours.
Oh my gosh. Ugh.
To oh my God, what group was it? They're relatively big too. Hold on, give me a second. I'll figure it out. The American State Assembly group.
Oh goodness.
Come in and preached for, damn near 12 hours, and then invited us all to their groups, and each group has a state group, and there's, ridiculous amounts of paperwork. Like, I think I remember like downloading one of them just to like look at it, and it was like 185 pages or some shit. And there was like, and
Forget that.
Specific, and it's a absolute nightmare. And these people are incredibly dangerous. Like, I think that conspiracy theorists in general are extremely dangerous, but these people are like the top of my, like, if I'm around a sovereign citizen, like, I will quickly remove myself.
Yeah.
They are very dangerous, very violent, and they will kill you. They don't care. And it's not just that they believe that this is how it is. They live it every second of every day. And it consumes them just like QAnon consumed me, and it becomes exactly who they are. And it's absolutely terrifying. Like, I've never been more afraid of a group than I am of them.
Wow. Wow. Yeah, it's definitely something I'm going to start paying a lot more attention to. Like I said, I have a very more than a surface level than the average person, but not near as much as I would like to understand more about. So yeah, I'm going to start paying a lot more attention than like a weekly check-in, because, oh my goodness.
No, I thought I was just going there to be a protester. Like everybody else, just say enough's enough. But then what happened when I got there, really quickly, within sort of 48 hours, I found myself like right at the tip of the spear.
Unit, forward, forward.
The protesters were kicked out, and one of the organisers was arrested when police found his loaded sawn-off rifle. The convoy was over, but a new movement was born.
For a lot of people, that was the first time that they'd really confronted law as a coercive force. The law telling you that you can't do the thing that you really want to do. I have to wear a mask in public. I have to get the vaccine if I want to go into this job. That felt really onerous for a lot of people. And suddenly, law was not always their friend.
Dr. Joe McIntyre has been charting the rise of what's called pseudo-law. It's where people use legal-sounding phrases and arguments that have no actual basis in law. They're often drawn from conspiracy theories.
There were gatherings of anti-vax protesters that really operated to help disseminate a lot of the theory of pseudo-law. And then that spread back into the regions, and we've got different hotbeds all around Australia.
So I was finding out who was going and who was challenging the system. So there's different methods of challenging it that people are doing.
John operates in an alternate legal world, and it's difficult to make sense of it.
This is some of the paperwork that comes through that's been actually interpreted into sort of Australian jurisdiction to explain what it is, okay? So And this is why I've never presented this to any authorities, okay, because I innately know what's going on with the sovereign citizen movement. Okay, that's a declassified AFP document. So this here is literally what they are talking about. So that there, where you see when someone's put a thumbprint on there.
I have from Dr. Christine, 1 second. She posted, I was pulling up and I was going through tweets to prepare for this, but I actually have a photo of these red thumbprints that they do. Hold on 1 second. Okay, not that one, not the King Stephen, not that one. Bear with me 1 second. I have a lot of, oh, here we go. Pull this up. They do the red thumbprints, and I have a good, oh, that's not the one. Told you I had too many. Soft sit-in, that's their new, nope. Not Nasara Desaro, not King Stephen, not that one. I apologize here. I just put it in my documents today, whenever I saw it. Oh, gosh, I just opened that one. Okay. Not King Stephen. Nope. Nope, not Cooker Watch. Did I lose it? Nope, I'll just show you this one. This is the Australian, why I look for it. This is their ID cards that they create there whenever they were talking about the ID cards. Is that showing there? There's their ID cards that they are, why I look for. There's one there. And there's the red thumbprint. They will put those everywhere since I can't find that picture that I'm looking for right now. But that allows them, they create their own ID cards. So that's an example that Dr. Christina posted there.
Yeah, they also will switch up their license plates too.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of examples, like, I mean, they'll, have something like on the outline, like the border of it, that kind of identifies them as a sovereign citizen. And then they will also typically have like a custom like lettering on it too.
Exactly.
And then they do something else. There's something else that I just can't remember what it is off the top.
Yeah, I can't either. I can't believe I lost that photo that I had. That's what happens when you prepare. There's just so much sovereign citizen stuff, right? And I was just like pulling, and I did have it organized, but you know what? Sometimes stuff happens. What are you going to do? But yeah, at least I did have one thing that had the thumbprint on to show, because I knew exactly what he was going to do, because they think that makes it exactly like, look what I did. I have this thumbprint here.
The AFP and the authorities say that if you see that anywhere, you're dealing with a sovereign citizen. They don't worry about what's written on there. They look at something as an identifier here. But when you look at that identifier, you can also see that there's a public notary.
What's the significance of all of this?
Right. So it has come to my attention that the occupying Unidroit government is in flagrant violation of Palermo protocols through unconscionable use of debased dog Latin glossa fraud. Therefore, I'm cancelling power of attorney of my legal persons and all relevant trade names back to the permanent domicile of the land and soil jurisdiction of Terra Australis, commonly known as the Commonwealth of Australia. Effectively,
John believes this document cancels his legal status in the mainstream system.
Just gish gallop.
This, he says, allows him to live his life according to a set of principles he calls common law.
So what is common law?
Well, in whose eyes? I mean,
in your eyes?
Well, in my eyes, common law sort of means a few things. Common law is, do no harm, injury or loss. Just come over here, mate. Just walk your step.
The way these groups use the term common law is different to the way our legal system does. They believe it empowers them to operate under a natural, God-given law that is superior to any of the rules that govern society.
Can you see why these ideas might appeal to most people? This is really a powerful spell. If I cast this spell properly, I don't have to pay my mortgage. Who wants to pay their mortgage? I don't have to pay my tax. Who wants to pay their tax? So I can believe in the law, I have the access to the true law, I'm not a lawbreaker, and I avoid those legal consequences I don't want. That's a really beguiling combination. And we get lots of different groups that are doing this, but the sovereign citizen is the one that most people may have heard of before.
John doesn't consider himself a sovereign citizen, but many of his arguments come from their playbook. Last year, he was charged with driving unlicensed, unregistered, uninsured, and with someone else's plates on his car.
People are going to ask, like, why don't you just get a license?
Okay, so...
You know what I mean? Like,
I read too much law. That's probably why. I just like to question everything and challenge and test. And what I found is
insufferable.
that once we start applying the rules, like everybody else does, like the barristers and the lawyers do, is that we start to have success.
There is absolutely no legitimacy to any of it. And that has been found by courts at every level and in every state in Australia and at every level and in every country in the world.
Before he was Dean of Law at Southern Cross University, David Heilpern was a magistrate in New South Wales. He remembers when he first encountered sovereign citizen, or pseudo-law, arguments in his courtroom.
A smattering of people came before me talking what I thought was an entirely different legal language, which was along the lines of, I am not that person, you must capitalise my name, you have no authority to sit there, you didn't take an oath, I have a right to a trial by jury, and sort of a mishmash of what we now know as sovereign citizen views, theories and approaches.
These groups are no longer an occasional administrative headache for courts. We've confirmed they are now a top concern within the judiciary today. A few weeks after we met John, we join him as he faces the Adelaide Magistrates Court.
Spencer, so they believe that lawyers and judges are in on it and that they regularly not only argue against their belief system, but they always carry out a verdict to kind of cancel it out.
Oh, okay. I see the question. I'm sorry. I was like really into the documentary, paying attention there. Like I didn't already watch it. I was like enthralled with it. I'm like really into it again. I missed that. Like, and it's right in my face too. I missed that there was a question.
Not a problem.
That's why there's 3 of us here, right?
Yep.
John, good to see you again.
Yeah, likewise.
What's your charge?
Well, the charges are minor driving matters, just driving offences. This has been, for me, an investigation.
Go ahead, Sass. I see Spencer again.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's the SPLC has a really good, like if you Google SPLC sovereign citizen, they have a really good article.
I think I have that. Hold on.
From,
I will put it in the chat. It is in the documentaries.
So not only does like that article go over,
there it is,
like some significant events that happened in 2024, but they also they talk about like a background, what they foresee happening in the future, what they believe in, how they enact their paper terrorism on, officials. And then they also kind of, at the end, they kind of highlight some of the more prominent groups throughout the different states in the U.S. And I think on Dr. Christine's page, she's got a lot of information about the various ones, like throughout different countries. Like I think her most recent article is about a group that's formed in Ireland. And it goes into discussing that as well. but yeah, like I'd have to sit here for hours to, break down every aspect of the sovereign citizen belief system. Just because it's so extensive.
It is. That's why it's like mind boggling, like just preparing for this, like, and more information kept coming in. And I'm so grateful to Sauce sent me some stuff. And I had Dr. Christine, I had messaged her to invite her, but she had an event and she couldn't be here. And some of our Australian friends, like Joel from Conditional Release, had an engagement, and Sauce, like our days were off and everything. But like their research and help and everything, and people sending me stuff was just incredible. But like they're so knowledgeable and it's so vast. Like, this group believes this and this group does this, and then COVID's mixed in, and then, well, this law or this group believes that, it's immense. Like, it's just mind boggling. It really is.
It's definitely one of, how like QAnon has become like a conspiracy of everything,
Yes.
it's really, it's so similar, just, obviously not the same beliefs.
But just how vast it is.
Yeah, it's enormous.
Oh, it is.
I thought like coming out of QAnon was, crazy and extensive, and I had to like look into so much stuff. But if I had been a sovereign citizen, I don't even know. I don't even know.
Just breaking your brain, you're like your mind. I just can't imagine. I really can't.
To be able to get all the evidence that I needed to show the collusion that's being used against the Australian people from propaganda of name-calling them something, whether it be sovereign citizen, so that they can deny them due process, procedural fairness and natural justice.
I go in to watch. John tries to mount a common law defence that he was breaking the law out of necessity. And as evidence...
One thing I wanted to ask you, Sassy, real quick, because it was just on my mind. The people at the, not at the top, but it's kind of like QAnon too. Just, I know they're two separate groups, but you have the propagators of the stuff, the people who make money off of selling the license plate, the courses, like how much their belief is in it or how much they're just profiting off of it, knowing that they can make a quick buck, the streamers, like it's such a gross and abusive system too, because they're just making money off of it. They're not really going out there and fighting with law enforcement. They're not committing these violent acts, but they're encouraging it by selling these fake license plates, these passports, these licenses, these, it's so exploitative, like the system of it too. Like it's really fucking gross.
Absolutely. So when I kind of encountered them, because there's no real head, of the sovereign citizen movement. There's obviously heads of like each different group, and there's so many different groups. It hurts to think about. They definitely, I think a lot of them, at least the ones that I've encountered, I think a lot of them are true believers,
Yeah.
But then all you have to do is like do a simple Google search, like sovereign citizen car tag. And one of the first couple links is a website to actually do it, so there's definitely exploitation of it for money, just like all these other conspiracies, where like, you see all these influencers who are getting paid, per post or by views, or, whatever. It's really along such similar lines that people do exploit these people for financial gain for themselves, and that they might not necessarily believe it. They just see, that there's
a quick buck to be made.
Right, exactly. And that they can, that they can make a significant amount of money, because even though the sovereign citizen movement is relatively small of a group, but there's enough of them that you can make, significant money.
Sure.
Doing it.
Very exploitative.
He presents the declassified AFP briefing on sovereign citizens he showed me earlier. His arguments fail, and he's found guilty on all 5 counts.
How do you feel the judge found you guilty on all 5 counts?
It's a technical process, and this is what I can tell you right now is that people are being disillusioned with. When they see people like me that really try their art out to learn and do everything the right way, and they go, well, if you've got a guy like that that's trying to do it the right way and it doesn't work, we might as well go in there and give them the pseudo-law arguments. As I say in law, you don't win or lose, you win or learn.
John is still waiting to be sentenced.
These are people who feel as though they've lost a lot or are at risk of losing it all.
And many of them are, because once they go down the rabbit hole of sovereign citizenship, they may lose their licence, but they don't care. That doesn't apply to them, so they keep driving. So then it's drive while disqualified. And then they don't stop when the police tell them to stop. And that becomes a police chase. And then, so it just escalates. And the end result for many of them is prison. And they're going to fight that every step of the way.
Judge, are you considering treason against the King of England?
Threats to judicial officers from pseudo-law adherents are real and rising.
You are now charged, you are under arrest. You are trading in necromancy. You are in treason. You are in treason.
This man, Derek Ballog, has a history of intimidating courts. He sells advice to people in expensive online classes, claiming great success in getting people off charges.
Can I get someone to count how many sheriffs are here, because they will all be putting our affidavit to the federal police?
2, 4, 6.
I've got one sheriff's badge number. Can we have every sheriff's
7,
badge?
8.
8 sheriffs.
Judges, including David Heilpern,
That
have
guy's
been the
infamous.
target of death threats.
Yes, threats against me, threats against lawyers, threats against police. There was a person who regularly appeared before me in a court charged with a whole range of offences. And he had been mounting sovereign citizen arguments, which I had been dismissing and convicting him. And then he bailed himself up in a house, indicated that he was going to kill anyone who came for him, and kill the judicial officers, not just me, but others who'd been involved in his case. That means increased protection at your homes. Your family have to be alerted. There's increased security measures in the courts. Those things take a toll on you as a judicial officer and as a person, as a parent.
These kinds of threats have the capacity to become violent.
They're saying that their laws and their rules and their orders override the legitimate ones. And that is a step towards what we've seen, which is violence.
The US has seen a cascade of violent incidents involving sovereign citizens, like the shooting of 2 police officers during a traffic stop in Arkansas in 2010. The heavily armed assault on a courthouse in Georgia in 2014. And just last year, 5 shootouts with police, including at 2 traffic stops.
Hey, Patrick. This is your last chance to come out, Patrick. You've got a felony warrant for your arrest, a bunch of other warrants. Oh, there you go.
I've been tracking sovereign citizens' interactions with police, and
This is who we've been talking about all night. Dr. Christine, follow her. She's been posted all throughout. I'll post her Twitter and Blue Sky again. Excellent. She's brilliant.
She is like, she's so smart. She's so poised, and she's so beautiful, and she's so down to earth. Like, she's beautiful inside and out, and that I just want to say, because like for me, I'm like, when someone's beautiful on the outside, it always makes me nervous that they're going like beautiful like she is. It always makes me nervous that they're going to be horrible on the inside. But she really is a very, very
She's
kind,
very kind.
understanding. Yeah, I love her. Definitely
too.
follow her.
I do too. Okay. Let me back up a second since I interrupted. Like, oh, here she is.
I'm not like trying to make it all about appearances or whatever. I'm just, I'm just saying that I don't know if other people feel the same way that I do.
She's beautiful inside and out.
No,
Yeah,
you're absolutely right, Steph. She's such a nice person too, and that just makes it even better.
It is. Yep. She really is. She's wonderful.
I've been tracking sovereign citizens' interactions with police and also sovereign citizens who have engaged in violence.
Dr. Christine Sarteski is a professor of criminology who's been recording these incidents for years internationally.
I have currently, in terms of the violence database, over 600 cases where they have engaged in violence, and approximately 140 of them are involved in murder cases. And, you know, there's been I think a notion that sovereigns are rarely violent. I think that I've heard that repeatedly, that they are primarily paper terrorists. And so I wanted to track some of their behavior and crimes to see, is that true? Are they primarily paper terrorists? And while it is still early in the data collection process, it does seem that they do engage in quite a bit of violence activity.
And it's happened here too. Wiambilla is a rural town west of Brisbane. In late 2022, it was the scene of a deadly shooting and marked a turning point in Australia's understanding of domestic extremism.
He shot Rachel, I believe. I think she's dead. They're coming, they're shooting.
The other two officers.
Fuck. You good? Fuck. I think I'm being shot. Fuck.
2 police officers and a neighbour were murdered in a premeditated ambush by Gareth, Nathaniel and Stacey Train, who adhered to a Christian extremist ideology. The attack bore the hallmarks of sovereign-style paranoia, distrust of state authority, rejection of legal legitimacy, and the belief that violence was justified in resisting tyranny. Some of the people we spoke to for this story described the Trains almost like martyrs for the freedom movement.
After the shooting, Queensland Police and ASIO said the Train family were not sovereign citizens. It highlights a problem with trying to divide people into narrow groups when they seem to be part of one common cause. If authorities fail to recognise a broader definition of anti-government extremism, they could miss the true extent of this evolving movement. People that we've spoken to are really trying to distance themselves from the sovereign citizen label.
I have seen that as well.
I'm going to pause real quick. I have a short 10-minute video on the the attack that happened that they just spoke about. Sorry. I even broke that down phonetically so that I would not mess it up. But because I only talked about that briefly, I found a news report about it just to explain it a little bit better to insert in here real quick. Hold on one second. It's well done because I think it deserves just a little bit more coverage in the documentary here. Oh, it's muted.
Police officers and an
Here we go.
Good evening. As hearts break for 2 young police officers and an innocent neighbour murdered in cold blood in an ambush and shootout in Queensland, disturbing details are emerging about the armed trio who killed them. One was a conspiracy theorist whose twisted ideas led to 6 deaths and left a nation united in grief.
A guard of honour for 2 young constables. And an escort for their bodies from the Darling Downs to Brisbane. Rachel McCrow and Matthew Arnold, just 29 and 26 years old. It was an ambush, unexpected, swift, brutal, and today an attack on them feels like an attack on society.
It is an extremely emotional and challenging time for the Queensland Police Service.
Constable McCrow graduated only last year, Matthew Arnold the year before. Constables Keely Brough and Randall Kirk, rookies, and the four of them headed down this driveway in Wyembla yesterday afternoon at the request of New South Wales Police. They were looking for Nathaniel Train. Their missing person was inside with brother Gareth and his partner Stacey, dressed in fatigues, all armed with rifles and shotguns and willing to use them.
In my opinion, those officers did not stand a chance. The fact that two got out alive is a miracle.
Police watched and heard their colleagues being murdered before their killers were killed.
We believe PLI-2 may be discharging rounds. Shot fired. Appears that PLI-2 is attempting to reload.
My competitors think I have a 10-person team, but in reality, I'm just one guy with an AI employee. When you're a solo founder, the job titles stack up fast. You're the CEO, the sales team, the project manager, the assistant, the entire engine behind the business. And no matter how many hours you put in, something always slips through the cracks. There just aren't enough hours in the day, and the weight of doing everything makes it hard to move forward. So I gave Motion's AI employees a try. Now
PLI-1 potentially taking a round here. PLI-1, no movement. No movement from number 2 and appears to be blood on the ground.
They made the ultimate sacrifice.
As they had approached the front door, Constables Arnold and McCrow were ambushed and shot by the three occupants at close range. Rachel McCrow lay wounded, she begged for her life, and they killed her anyway. Constable Randall Kirk was shot in the leg running for cover. Constable Keely Brough hid in long grass, while neighbour Alan Dare was also killed, shot in the back as he rushed to see what was happening. 16 uniformed officers swarmed the property. A wild shootout ensued, as did extraordinary courage under fire as they retrieved their colleagues' bodies and rescued Alan Dare's wife. She was hiding in the back of a car. Heavily armed tactical police besieged the property, and at 10:30 p.m, Nathaniel Train, Gareth Train and his partner Stacey lay dead. Keely Brough left the police academy just 8 weeks ago. As she hid, she texted families saying her goodbyes and not only provided ongoing intel, she managed to evade killers intent on murdering her, fearing she might burn to death when they set fire to the grass to flush her out. Chinchilla Police Station, where she serves, is numb.
Police officers don't deserve that.
Luke Mays knew Matthew.
He's always there to lend a hand. He was absolutely great. Absolute top fella.
This is a small community. People here are grateful for those who protect it.
I want you all to know you're loved, appreciated and respected.
At nearby Tara, a minute's silence as well. Rachel and Matthew were stationed here.
He was always joking, always had a smile on his face. He was a good bloke, Matt. Her and I got on good because she was little like me. She's a lovely girl.
So why? There are no firearms registered to this address, no police intelligence suggesting anything like this could happen, and a look at the killer's background is at the same time dark but also baffling. Nathaniel Train was a school principal. He taught at Walgett in northern New South Wales and Cairns. Stacey was a guidance counsellor in a relationship with both Nathaniel and Gareth, police believe. Their father was a Christian pastor for almost 3 decades.
I've lost 2 children. Yeah.
Is there anything you'd like to say to the police or to anyone else that was involved?
I don't need to talk to you. I've already had a conversation with the police this morning, so I don't need to talk to you.
But Gareth Train has spouted unhinged conspiracy theories for years. We are all pawns, all expendable in the Illuminati game. He describes the Port Arthur massacre as a government psychological operation to disarm the Australian population. Martin Bryant was the perfect patsy. They declared themselves sovereign citizens, not answerable to Australian law, and when the law came to them, just to help a missing man.
Unfortunately, this incident is a tragic reminder of the unpredictable nature of policing. Every day, our officers face very real dangers while protecting their communities. With honour, they served.
And let's go live now to Robert Ovadia at the scene. Rob, what more can you tell us about Nathaniel Train?
Oh, okay, it's still going. Sorry.
Hi, Mark. Well, it's really hard to believe a man who used to be a school principal was capable of such barbarity. Today, we spoke with a senior New South Wales politician who had had dealings with him. He said he left the education system embittered by the process. He fell off the grid, lived in Dubbo for a short time. He was last seen there in December last year, maintained contact with family, but it was 6 weeks ago that he fell off the grid.
Yes.
I know, that it's just a common phrase that is often used to express shock and awe, but I think we need to start as not just in America, but all over the world, we need to start training ourselves to stop saying stuff like what he just did. Like, it's hard to believe that a blah, because look, there are judges out there that think 9/11 didn't happen.
Right.
It doesn't. And my friend Dr. Burns, a doctor, former conspiracy theorist. We need, and I understand that that it's used to kind of express, like I said, a shock, but it may be weird that a doctor or a lawyer or someone like that gets drawn into this stuff or whatever, but we need to understand that you could be the least educated person who has no natural intellect, okay, and fall for this stuff, or you could be the smartest person with a million PhDs. It doesn't matter. Like, it can happen to anyone. It's like
I think
like
Stassi,
cancer.
it comes across in Stassi's book really well when people read that it can happen to anyone. At least I took a
Yeah, yeah,
lot of that away from her book. I did. Like, this can happen
yeah,
to anyone.
and people, and I think we need, that's why I appreciate Dr. Burns, like, kind of speaking out about this a little bit more, and other people too. We need people who are, like, oh yeah, like, I'm a professional programmer, I'm a cardiologist, like, we need those voices to demystify and understand that this happens to everyone, everywhere. It doesn't, it's like, you look at, like, someone like, you compare the childhood of Jeffrey Dahmer to Ted Bundy. Ted Bundy's childhood, you're like, oh yeah, that guy's gonna grow up to murder people. Jeffrey Dahmer, you're like, this is all, it does not really matter. There's, like with Bundy, there are factors that, and just like with conspiracy theories, there are factors that are going to be present that make it more likely that a person might fall into this, but it doesn't. I just get
Well, and that's why I
I hate
wanted to
it.
pull different things to fill, like, I think this documentary is really, really well done. Don't get me
Oh, it
wrong. I
is.
really
It
do.
is. It
But
is.
that's why I wanted to, like, if people didn't know about this tragedy more in full, that's why I pulled this piece from back when it happened, because I think it gives a little bit of context to what occurred at that time for people to understand, like, how they were covering, what was going on. Like, this whole incident, it was so fucking tragic at the time, and I think people, like, your
Yeah.
memory, you forget how bad things were, like, "Oh, that was 2 years ago." Well, they just had an incident again, very similar, like, these things keep happening. We need to talk about and not forget, you know? And smart people do this shit. Not, it's not dumb people falling for conspiracies. Oh, I got 1,000. Okay, here we go.
Again, there were concerns for his welfare, which is why a missing persons report was filed, and those 4 officers arrived here yesterday afternoon. Every single one of them, Mark, was wearing body cam. The images, I'm told, are very disturbing.
Robert Ovadia in Queensland for us. Thank you.
Okay.
Tributes to the innocent.
We'll go back to the documentary now. I just wanted to include a little piece of that, just to show what that shooting in Wiambilla. Oh, I did have it down better.
The shift away from the term sovereign citizen, and I think it's primarily because there is a belief among many sovereign citizens that their governments have labeled them as terrorists, and they do not wish to be seen as a terrorist. They don't regard themselves as such.
Is it a rebranding, or do you think it's a genuine shift in their ideology?
I think it's an attempt at a rebrand, but if you listen to what they say, everything is what they've always said.
That reminds me when she was speaking on that, whenever Q was rebranding QAnon and telling, because they were getting taken off of social media like Twitter and all the major platforms, and they did the separation of Q and Anon, like the Anons. We are not
There's
QAnon, we
Q,
are
there are
Q, and we're,
Anons.
yep,
I
like
think
to
that's
do
drop
that.
4881. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that one, yeah.
And they still do it to this
that,
day. There's no QAnon. There's Q and there's Anons. Like, okay.
Oh, and thank you, Raph. Thank you. I saw your comment there. Thank you.
Yeah, there's a lot of that bullshit coming out right now. Ugh.
Northwest Tasmania is a known hotbed of anti-government views. Here, people are forcing their agendas on local councils. And many of the people we're speaking to say this man is a key figure in implementing the strategy, Shane Allison, known as Kush.
How are you, Kush?
Hey. How you going,
Good to meet you.
You
Pleasure.
So this is sort of where it all started. My grandmother lived up there on the corner of Bell's Parade. And
Kush's views range from opposition to wind farms and vaccines to conspiracy theories that politicians traffic children and Jewish bankers control the world. He rejects the term sovereign citizen.
It's a total oxymoron. Same as conspiracy theorist. And it's just branding people names, you know. You get people, I deal with people that call themselves activists. Well, why do you want to be branded anything?
But there is an umbrella of frustrations that these community members all feel together.
Umbrella's probably a good word rather than a bracket. And yeah, they all feel disjointed, not getting, just being respected for coming in as a community meeting.
Kush believes the best way to challenge the government is with grassroots action in local councils. He's a former councillor himself.
You can enact a lot of changes if you have a fair council and proper debate, and people are voting on their community to start with, and then their region, and then their state, rather than voting for an idealism of a government or an opposition or a party, or what the government's agenda is trying to be pushed.
What about the councillors that say they feel threatened when people come into these council meetings in big numbers?
If you're not answering the questions and you get gaslit while you're in there, yes, people get angry. This is where I grew up, all around here.
Kush's main goal appears to be greater scrutiny of all local council decisions. This campaign is placing a major burden on them. Earlier this year, Kentish Council held a vote on a motion claiming COVID vaccines are contaminated. Kush and his supporters backed it, and it passed 22-12. The mayor told us councils don't have the authority to decide on anything to do with vaccines. Kush rejects that. He believes the people had spoken and organised a protest at a Kentish Council meeting.
And what they say goes, they don't listen to the people at all.
We've got to make it, though, before they shut the back door as well. Round the back door.
Hey, we can't get in the front door. We'll have to go round the back.
Quick, so they don't.
As residents arrive, councillors appear uneasy. Two of the residents turn up despite being banned for what the council says is unacceptable behaviour.
It would be a nightmare
The
dealing with
police are
these
called.
people.
And they're asked to leave.
This is the very person I'm seeing. I don't want to deal with.
Please leave.
No, no, all right, well, let's go.
We need you to get into your car and leave the property.
Let's go to your car.
Andrew, go to your car.
Cush's strategy is part of an organised effort spreading across the country. In Victoria, sovereign citizen-linked groups have bombarded local government with so many petitions and protests, they've had to cancel events and ban the public from meetings. In Western Australia, intense lobbying has pushed more than a dozen cities and rural councils to consider opposing COVID rules. And in New South Wales...
Sandy, are you an Aussie? I wasn't sure if you were or not.
In Queensland, one group even walked into council and police stations declaring they no longer held any jurisdiction.
In Western Australia, I've come to meet a group that takes commitment to people power to a new level.
Oh, okay, that makes sense that you know a lot about this. Good, I'm glad we have an Aussie here. Karma was here before too. I don't know if she's here.
The Sovereign
still
People's
listening or
Assembly of
not.
Western Australia is a self-declared
Some of our other
common law
Aussies
group
couldn't be here.
that
They
has set up its own
They were
court.
able to yesterday, but not able to today.
It's even appointed its own common law sheriff.
Good, I'm glad to have your
enforce
input
their
for all this
judgments.
then. Oh, they're
For the
common
first
law
time,
courts.
they've agreed to speak to the mainstream media.
It's full time for some of us, all day, every day, 7 days a week, fielding lots of phone calls, lots of emails, queries from all over Australia, all over the world now as well.
This is from the Federal Court of Australia. They're breaking their own rules. So that's why people are coming to us, because they want remedy.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. This common law court is now in session.
They held their first common law court case in 2022. On trial were the people who imposed the mandates during COVID.
Has the jury reached a verdict on all charges?
Yes.
Their jury finds the then Prime Minister, Scott Morrison, and all the state premiers guilty of multiple
Go ahead, Steph. I watched these when these were going on because Sauce and Sandy were posting about these, and it was crazy that they actually think like this holds any jurisdiction or like this is going to do anything. Go ahead, Steph.
The way that I see this, and I want everyone to just do a funny little thought experiment with me, okay? Let's all pretend that we're really, really into Dungeons and Dragons or whatever role-playing game, you know, GURPS, whatever role-playing game that you like, right? And we're so into it that when I'm in line at McDonald's waiting for my food, I'm rolling a die to see what my charisma is. That's what these people remind me of. It's like they got too into a game of Dungeons and Dragons that it carried over into the real world.
Yeah.
And if you think you're fighting dragons, you might go out there and stab someone.
Right?
I just like the way that and like them like doing their little court things. Everything is so performative and theatrical, and it also kind of touches in me like a point that Sassy kept bringing up over and over again in her book. there is something, I don't know that much about Australian law. I don't know much about American law, but there's something so fucked up in the premise of a bunch of people got together and decided on something, and now it's the law, and you, the citizen, the individual, really had no say of it. You may not even know the law was passed. There is an inequity, and there is no real opportunity for the average citizen in Australia or America to really have any say in those laws and those and the reasons behind them and stuff like that. And I think it like Sassy said in her book, that so many people get shut out from various systems, from various social structures. That's what does this. That's what draws people into these things, is the fact that, if there was more, like, if California had a bill like, should cocaine be decriminalized? That should just be some bill that gets written and put, like, we should all be able to go to a voting booth on a certain day and vote specifically on that single issue.
Yeah, exactly.
We really, and I think because of how stupid the premise of law really is, the sovereign citizens, that their views are skewed, but what they believe isn't all that different than actual law. Why is weed illegal? Because someone wrote down on a piece of paper. Okay, well, what if we just, we're seeing it now with what Trump's doing. What if we just ignore what's on that piece of paper? So there is something so murky and so esoteric about the law that I understand why people get pulled into this, because if we had justice systems and legal systems that actually allowed for people to partake of them, to have a say in things more directly, I don't think we'd be having this kind of stuff. I just wanted to kind of bring up the D&D thing and the fact that and Sassy says in her book, the reason people adhere to weird beliefs and conspiracy theories is because the system has failed them.
Exactly.
So,
no, I agree.
Yeah.
Real quick, Shelby, Karma said
I got Karma unbanned. Yeah, I don't know how she got banned. I was talking to her on Twitter. I was like, I don't know how you got banned.
What?
It must have happened whenever I was taking care of the bot, and I think Karma got caught up in the bot ban that was spamming. I was like, I got you unbanned.
Karma bot.
Karma bot. I got her unbanned.
Also, so to kind of hit on what Steph was just saying, so a lot of people that I encountered, I'm glad you're not banned anymore, Karma.
There was a bot that spammed and she got caught up in that, like that put a spammy the links that sneak in there. So she's unbanned. She's good.
So a lot of the things that I encountered when people first started like flocking to Telegram en masse, was abandonment. They felt abandoned. They felt unheard, and ignored. Those are deeply, deeply unsettling feelings for somebody to have. And when that gets combined with, feelings of that there's this, vast reaching conspiracy, it's going to make things so much more difficult. And all this stuff is going to become so much more believable because they feel like they've been left behind and forgotten about, and that there's nobody who cares to, promote their interests, whether they're good or bad interests, doesn't matter. I would see a lot of people from like, the Midwest and, real poor areas in the South, talking about how when all these companies shipped everything overseas, and they lost their jobs and their towns lost, all their companies, and everybody is, poor and starving and can't pay their bills and stuff. Like, those are powerful motivating factors to join like extremist groups. It doesn't just have to be conspiracy theories, it can be a militia or sovereign citizens, or very motivating factors for people. And I agree with what Steph said, that if there was some more honest transparency and we actually truly had a say in things, I think that things would be significantly different.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I agree. Quick pulse and napkin. Yeah, it wouldn't be bad, Wrath.
Crimes.
On the charge of violation of the Nuremberg Code, how does the jury find the defendants?
Guilty.
Guilty.
On the charge of genocide?
Guilty.
On the charge of human trafficking?
She just laughed.
Guilty.
She knows it's
The charges
absurd.
of human trafficking. After a really good lengthy discussion, the jury have agreed that with all the defendants on the charges of fraud, the remedy will start off with a minimum of 30 years for each defendant.
Oh, well, that's kind.
Duly noted. The people
plot
have
twist for
decided.
you. What if the guy that they're putting on trial is himself a sovereign citizen?
Oh, plot twist.
That would be almost like the South Park episode where they have the psychic battle where they're like, no, 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 no. Oh, that would be a great TV show. A TV show about the madcap adventures of a wacky sovereign citizen family. It would only last 2 episodes, but it would be good.
Because I pay attention to detail, I noticed that they have their own branded water on the table. I wonder who's making money off of that. Somebody's making money off of this little grouping
And
too.
hey, when we were talking about Absug. Oh, love you, Panda. Have a good
Sassy
night.
is heading off to
you.
bed, everybody. So we want to thank her for coming tonight and
thank
sharing her
you.
knowledge. And thank you, Sassy, for coming tonight and sharing about your book and checking in with us on the sovereign citizens and everything tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for having me on. I'm sorry. I just have a really busy work weekend coming up, and I don't know, sitting here getting real tired. So,
Well, yeah, and you took a shift yesterday, I know, and everything. So, no, we would definitely appreciate you giving us some of your time.
Yeah, of course.
And thank you for making me, like, I don't care if I'm named or not, but to know that in that book, that the moment at the museum meant that much to you. Just to see it in print, you've said it, but to like see it on the screen, I thank you so much for making me a part of that.
So just one thing quick about that is I really wanted to include that, memory in that day in there somewhere. And I was really frustrated with myself, because I couldn't find anywhere that felt right until after, like, I was going back and, editing and reading through everything again. And then I read that, final chapter. I'm like, wait a second, this would be perfect right here. Like, having it be the final part of this book. And I'm really glad that I was able to include it. I was gonna read it, but I figure it was more important to get to this, kind of heavier stuff. But for anybody that has recently joined and didn't hear me talking earlier, my very last chapter in my book is about a day that Steph and I spent together last year. It's very special day, very special memory for me. And I describe it in the last part of my book.
Yes, you do. It's very good. That part made me cry, but I loved it. And I love that you guys have shared that memory with everybody and allowed us to feel like we're a little part of that day.
thank you for including me. I don't care if my name is in it or not, but just the fact that it meant enough to, it just means a lot to me. You mean a lot to me.
We love you, Sass.
Love you guys too. You guys have a
Love
good night,
you.
okay?
Night.
Thank you.
You're welcome back anytime. You know that.
Thank you.
Night, hon. All right, back to the trials. Wait, Sandy just posted the guy on trial was linked to QAnon big time Scott Morrison, very religious and had some scary best friends. That's odd. Not surprised.
And that is it.
I'm keen to ask the adjudicator, Alan, about the court cases.
When the common law sheriffs sentence someone like the Prime Minister, is that just symbolic? Is it just for attention, or are you serious? Are you seriously sentencing them?
Well, they've come before a jury, and it is serious, yes. Yes, they've committed crimes. You know,
It's serious.
If you look at the recent COVID, one of our first major cases that we had was in a common law court with a full jury, and we heard the evidence as set out. There's no judges or magistrates in there. There's just an adjudicator and the witnesses. Yes, when they're found guilty, they are found guilty of a charge, and they could get a jail sentence or a fine. But once again, we can't impose that at this stage because the police won't recognise our court orders. The only tools we have is psychological.
And you don't have jails.
Sorry? And jails. Well, jails is another thing. I'm not going to, I don't think we can lock them up in our back garden somewhere. But, on these people, it's a psychological message to them. And they play games with the people, basically.
I care about you.
2 of their common law sheriffs were recently jailed for contempt of court. They're still rattled by the case. The sentencing judge described the group's ideology as extremely dangerous.
It is.
Adding that dangerous ideas breed dangerous people.
Yep.
You've had 2 of your members wind up in jail.
Absolutely.
How did that feel?
Devastating. Absolutely devastating.
In the conversations I'm having, people keep raising their fears about being disarmed. It seems fueled by police revoking gun licenses from people with sovereign citizen beliefs. They fear the police want to disarm the people so they can control them.
Who's got all the guns? And it's no time in history as a population been disarmed has there not been genocide.
They always say that.
And this is what they're doing here now. And I mean, talk about conspiracy. When we have all this information and we're presented to the authorities, I mean, we've asked for an audience with the commissioners, we've asked for an audience with politicians. They won't answer questions because they can't.
Then, Alan makes a call for more guns.
I know that, as far as having a population that is sensible and armed and educated is a good deterrent to not only its own government from enforcing things, but any foreign entity that wants to come into this country and, like the United States, they think about you've got a ready-made army sitting there ready to go that could potentially be difficult for an invader.
So, Leith, how long have you been involved in this?
After speaking with several members, it's clear Crown Leith Masters is the spiritual guru of the Sovereign People's Assembly of Western Australia.
Leith, are you a sovereign citizen?
I am a sovereign citizen, and everyone is a sovereign citizen. And that is worth knowing about because the media love
I know
to put it.
you haven't watched this, so this has to be a lot for you to take in because I did.
No, I just had this, I had a Monty Python moment, like Life of Brian, where they're sitting in the Coliseum and they're like, we're the people's front of Judea. We're the Judea people's front. I'm just picturing, where they're like, oh, we're the sovereign citizens. The fact that, I'm thinking of, Dungeons and Dragons and Monty Python, I've never seen such a deadly belief system be so, and I'm not saying it's funny, but there is a humor.
There is, and there's a humor to this deadly belief, and it's so deadly, it really is, and it's one of the more dangerous belief systems. It really is, like Sassy said, it scares her.
Well,
out
I
of all
mean,
of them.
this and I would say that this and sim theory are probably two of the most dangerous belief systems.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. My audio cut out. This and what?
Sim theory.
Oh, okay, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Because there's a good documentary on Hulu called Glitch in the Matrix, where a young man fully believed that he was living in a simulation, so he killed his parents because it didn't matter, and now he realizes that that was all bullshit, but he's realizing that in a prison cell with his parents dead.
Now, I would say for me, it would be this and probably the growing, like the comms and all those things going on, like online and the radicalization that's happening right now with younger people. That would be the more terrifying things for me right now that, like, of concern, like the growing, you know what I mean? Those two for me really stick out as something that's terrifying for me to see and behold in the increasing violence and radicalization and pathways for people. It's just, oh, I don't know that much about the sim stuff. I'll have to check into some of that. I know of it, you know what I mean?
Oh,
But
we can do if you ever
that's a
want to do
topic
a
we should
thing
do, Steph. You want to do that
on
next week?
sim theory.
I mean, not next week, the week after, because we do every
Yeah,
2
yeah,
weeks.
yeah.
Actually, I think that will be when Sean's getting married. Hold on one second. Sorry, people. Meeting right, like look at us meeting right in the middle of.
Yeah.
Let's see. So, oh no, we could do it the 10th. Yeah, because that would be our next day to have a thing. No, we could actually. Yeah, we'll do some. We can do that. That'd be cool. So you can start pull.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll resume this. But yeah, we can do that.
Sim theory is a fascinating thought experiment, but that's where it should end.
No, we could actually cover that if you want to cover the cases and discuss it, because I don't know anything about it. Yeah, that'd be cool.
And hey, that's where my head is. And just so everybody knows, I am fully engaged and participating in this. While we're doing this, I am online looking for patterns. So I don't want anyone to think that totally distracted. I am doing other things, but that's all I'm doing.
Out there as a spin that sovereign citizen is some kind of cult, something to be frightened of, or some radical movement. It is not that at all. It is simply the architecture between law and legal. So if we look at our diagram, the sovereign lives here in the living, in law, evidenced by the breath. That is the ultimate evidence of living breath.
What is the Great Awakening?
It is the movement out of one age of 2,000 years called the Age of Pisces, where we were in guardianship, into the new age, the Age of Aquarius, which is the time of humanitarianism, where we are totally poised to ensure that all of humanity is looked after equitably.
I know. The Age of Aquarius went right into my head.
That sounds interesting, but what does it mean?
Well, I've just been explaining it to you. As we move out of a legal system where we've been put into guardianship, where we can't be seen and we can't be heard, and then we move back into law where we are seen and we are heard, and all of the industries that have been created by the use of our resources, including the government, which is our public servant. It loves to put the word authority on all of its, and on the end of all of its departments. It's not the authority, it's the public servant. We're the authority, the people are the authority working in law.
Do you have trust in any mainstream institutions like hospitals, schools, or the health system?
Yeah, absolutely. But we have to recognise that what has been happened, now this is a key factor, in that all of those institutions are managed by our inherent right to resources, which are stored in what is called Sesta KV trusts.
What?
Now, Sesta KV Trust is something that means we will look after your resources whilst you are lost. And where we are lost is in the Holy See. And why in the Holy See? Because this is all Vatican constructs. We've been under the guardianship of the Vatican. So whilst we're lost, allegedly, they get to monetize our energy and the planet through things like the birth certificate and modes of currency, like the US dollar, for example.
That guy's face.
When the Assembly's court or grand jury makes a judgment, it falls to the sheriffs to serve these orders to the parties. Today, they're serving the Western Australian Land Titles Office, Landgate, with documents relating to mortgages held by farmers.
How often do you go about serving people?
We've been doing a lot of serving this year. We've got put together what we call bundles, which are bundles of documents which have been written by Crown Executive Orders and all the grand jury orders which are applicable to, in this case, or Donna can explain about the
farmers we've got.
Yeah.
Brought evidence to the grand jury. We've had up to 40 or 50 jurors vote unanimously on these orders around Australia. Yeah.
Now, what outcomes do you hope to achieve?
Farmers get their farms back.
So what happened?
The assistant to the registrar come down and spoke to us for a while, and they are going to lodge the documents, not put them on the title, which we would like, but yeah, just taking them and accepting them and having them lodged and put on file, I think is a good win.
Yeah. This is happening all over the country?
It is, yes.
Yeah.
The sheriffs we are the guardians of the law. We are always coming in peace. We are always in peace.
So how do you feel then when
I guess
you
they're
get
not
labelled
rats.
as a domestic terrorist?
I just read your
'Cause,
comment.
You know, that label comes from somewhere, like it is.
FBI in America.
Yeah,
Yeah.
But they do that because there have been radical instances where violence has occurred.
Well, it's just what we call the spin. It's like the sovereign citizen. It's out there to try and discredit us, but at the end of the day, law is the superior jurisdiction, and that is going to win out eventually.
I know, Sandy, the song's stuck in our heads.
We asked Landgate about the documents they received. They said they found no legal merit in the 200-odd pages and don't intend to take any further action at this time. For some on the receiving end of pseudo-law judgments, the harm can feel very real.
How are you? Pleasure to meet you. Thanks for having me.
No worries.
Scott Murren lives in a state of constant readiness. He believes there's a risk he could lose his children to a sovereign citizen group.
I've had letters.
Oh, what a cute pup. This guy's story is horrifying.
The boy's mother became a sovereign citizen during COVID.
I had one letter sent to say that I had to take my children to a isolated rural property somewhere in Gympie, I think in Queensland, and hand them over and face a law court up there in which I was looking at life in prison and hard labour. I don't know how they're going to make that happen. I've had threats that their law enforcement officers, spelt LORE, or their sheriffs, would come and take the kids and return them to their mother.
In 2021, Scott's ex took the boys to a protest in Canberra where the old Parliament House doors were set on fire.
It was sickening to see two young boys at the front doors of Old Parliament House. You know, kids shouldn't be present at any of that.
What kind of steps have you taken to protect your kids?
Lots. I've got friends that regularly patrol past our house day and night. Of any suspicious vehicles or persons around, I'm made aware pretty quickly.
Can't imagine this guy having to live like this.
CCTV cameras. I've had to put trackers on my youngest son.
Because of his wife?
So the 2 dots there show the boys still at school. I'll get a phone call from Tyler at the moment he gets on the bus or just before. Once I know they're on the bus, I'll track them all the way until they get here. It's generally about 15, 20 minutes.
I need your most senior on duty.
Scott's ex is Helen Delaney. A video of her being stopped by police in her car went viral in 2023.
You don't have any jurisdiction on this land.
Oh, look out. You're under arrest. You're a freak. Yep. Yeah, man, I would love to just get you one-on-one.
Last year, Helen was arrested for breaching an AVO and stalking.
You will be personally, privately, and civilly liable. Do you understand that? I have a private link schedule here, and you're trafficking me. And you understand that you're under arrest? Impersonating. No, I'm not under arrest. You're kidnapping me. All right. This is, and I'm telling you, I'm not in your jurisdiction. Okay. You're foreign to me.
She spent several months in jail. It provided only a brief reprieve for Scott from the group's activities.
This term keeps coming up, paper terrorism. What does it mean in your experience?
In my experience, once they get hold of your home address, your email, they bombard you. Some of the emails can be 50 pages long. It's gobbledygook, nonsense to me, but it's constant. You get that. If a police officer's involved in the case and they manage to get his email, then he'll get the same.
I'm not sure, Rath.
It happened to my
Is
lawyers.
that what it stands
happened
for,
to all
Sandy,
the
in
judges
Australia?
and registrars in the federal court that were involved in our case, and it's relentless. It doesn't stop. Yeah. I often see them walking down the street.
G'day, how you doing, mate? I'm Mahmood. Pleasure to meet you. So tell me about this.
It's just our little koi pond.
Why koi?
Just the colours on them, I guess, and they're sort of peaceful to be around and watch and stuff.
Scott's son Tyler has had to find ways to
thank
cope
you,
with
Sandy.
what's happened.
Does it help you kind of de-stress or
Definitely,
decompress?
yeah. Just to come out here for that, even just the 10 minutes and feed them and take in their surroundings and the movements and stuff. Because they're a freshwater fish, they have no predatory species.
This growing wave of anger aimed at our institution.
I pulled up what happened to this gentleman a year ago. Let me switch over to here. This is a story from ABC News Australia. A sovereign citizen group is using a fake court to justify child kidnapping and extortion, just to show how bad it was for him at that time period. Is it showing on the screen? Okay, good.
Oh, look out. You're under arrest.
Helen Delaney has been on the run since last year when she was arrested for driving an unregistered vehicle. An ABC investigation has revealed how a sovereign citizen group she co-founded has been using a fake court to harass government and court officials across the country.
You've been served.
You have been served.
You're being served today.
Sovereigns don't believe they need to follow the law of the land. They can start at a very minor level. It can stretch, in this case, to creating your own common law court. Where can it go next?
Namdaka Dalai Australis, or NDA, views itself as the supreme legal authority in Australia.
So it says here penalty provisions for a period of no more than a term of life imprisonment without parole and with hard labour.
Miss Delaney lost custody of her two sons in 2022 for not following family court orders. She's been using NDA to try and get them back from their father, Scott Murren.
Sounds like they're going to come and get me and lock me up.
Scott Murren lives in fear. He says strangers have approached his son and a car associated with Miss Delaney's group has staked out their home.
My youngest has constant and recurring nightmares of being taken. His dreams are that somebody is going to put a bag over his head and take him off his bike. And, you know, he's only an 11-year-old child.
This group is dangerous. It appears that they've already engaged in serious threatening and potentially violent behaviour.
I know, Sandy.
They need to be taken seriously.
Horrifying.
A person
It's
linked to
awful.
NDA has been charged in a separate child kidnapping case. The group claims to be targeting people in more than a dozen other family court matters. Police are investigating the group's activities. Kevin Ewan, ABC News.
I just wanted to show that for some more context. Just
just what they're going through. I mean, because it's a larger group. It's not just her. Like, she has a whole group behind her that she's participating in with this, and they're targeting other family courts and other families doing, it's more than paper terrorism. Like, these groups are dangerous, and they are affecting real families and real lives and terrorizing them. Like, this is dangerous stuff.
Institutions is quietly spreading in communities across Australia. The broad ideologies of these groups are hard to classify.
I'm sorry, Steph, what? Oh, I thought you said something. I'm sorry.
Making it difficult for the authorities to measure their true
I'm just
impact.
reading.
As these groups grow increasingly frustrated by a system they feel alienated from, and as their tactics against councils and courts fail, the risk of violence increases.
Once you start feeling angry and you start saying we can pick and choose which laws we obey, well, I'm going to keep some guns in the back garden. I'm going to start making threats to people. Why would I obey those sort of laws? And so we get some really dangerous threats. We have seen violence. Internationally, we've seen murders. We've seen the Reichsbürger movement in Germany tried to mount a coup. They tried to overthrow the government. Like, this is really violent. So we have to be really careful about this.
Are we dealing with ideology here, or is it something closer to faith?
Yeah, Rath, we talked about her. Steph, we talked about the woman who, when we did QAnon moms, whenever Steph, the last time Sassy was on here, we covered that mom.
Yeah, Cynthia Absug was one of them.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Myself, I think it really is akin to a cult. It's a complete delusion and an exception of the reality that the rest of us in society accept. And once people go down that rabbit hole, it seems very, very hard for them to get out.
That is the end of that. Now, for people living in Australia or people who are familiar with, this guy thinks that he is, he calls himself King Stephen, but he saw, this is from Tinfoil Tale, Sauce and Sandy. This may make a King Stephen. He has a long storied history, but he saw the Four Corners documentary before we move on to the recent tragedy. And he was quite upset about the documentary, and he has a storied tale, and I'll put it in my sourcing so you can see more about King Stephen, but he was quite upset about the documentary.
I shake my head. The government is not the authority. It's the public servant. We're the authority. The people are the authority working in law, she says. So you copy all my work without knowing what the fuck you're talking about, and you end up in this shit.
He's a soft citizen.
You end up in this shit.
He was not
I
happy.
shake my head.
Stephen was not happy. He is an interesting character. Let me post that down in here. You can go look for more King Stephen stuff. I know a lot more about him, but he's like a side. He's an interesting character. Okay. Yeah, he thinks he is. King Stephen believes that he is. Charles and Camilla are his parents. Yeah, he is very mad. I need to go to my Discord messages here. It's either in my Discord or with Sassy or in my X messages. We were messaging back forth. Oh, here we go. Let's see. Okay. 1 second here. It is the most recent update. Okay. Yeah, here it is. Out of that will explain the story with, okay, perfect. Here it is. Okay. This is about the recent. Yes, Brath. Yes. Yes, you are correct. Okay. Let me share this screen here. All right. Now, there was on August 26th of this month, just a couple of days ago, there was a shooting in Porpunka. I'm trying to say that. There's tricky names in Australia.
They were at a property, police were at a property to execute a warrant as part of a firearms prohibition order in relation to historical sex offenses against Desi Bird Freeman, a self-proclaimed sovereign citizen known to police, before he allegedly opened fire on officers. 2 Victoria police officers, Neil Thompson and Vadim DeWatt, were killed and a third was injured. This happened at 10:30 a.m. When they attended the property. He lived in a refurbished bus with his wife and kids. They were living on the property. Several other people lived on the property as well, and I have film footage of them interviewing somebody else who lived on the property. It's said to be a compound with multiple people living there. It's not owned by Freeman, and initial reports said that he had taken his family hostage, but following the incident, his partner and children showed up at the police station, and there was nothing to suggest that they were ever in the company of the suspect following the incident. And then I'm going to play this report where it goes through everything that happened that day. Can I make TikTok bigger on my screen? Is that possible, or does it just stay that size? I guess not.
Country cop killer, with police widening the public safety warning. A short time ago, residents in the areas around Beechworth and Wangaratta received text messages telling them to stay vigilant. Until now, those alerts have gone only to people living near the Porpunka crime scene. Earlier today, 7 News cameras captured flashes and bangs in dense bushland where tactical officers were hunting Desi Freeman. Now his family has issued an extraordinary statement saying they stand with Victoria Police.
Shot! 53 hours into the manhunt.
There's a big flash just then, sort of 5 o'clock from the helicopter.
For accused police killer Desi Freeman, smoke billowed from the bush, followed by the bangs. And movement within the dense terrain. This as police swarmed Desi Freeman's Porpunka property, this time better prepared, in the Bearcat and heavily armed.
This is hectic, bro.
The search zone near the site of the deadly shooting in a chilling game of cat and mouse.
If Desi Freeman's watching this, ring 000 and we will support a surrender plan.
The 56-year-old was wanted over child sex abuse allegations relating to a minor under the age of 16 within the past 2 years. That's why a team of 10 went into the property Freeman was renting. After being evicted from one of the homes, he ended up living in a bus, possibly here, covered with solar panels. One of Freeman's estranged family members told 7 News they're assisting police and are devastated, heartbroken and sickened by the loss of 2 police officers. Desi detached himself from them both in name and ideology. Now they're standing with the brave members of Victoria Police and the families of the murdered officers. They are Senior Constable Vadim DeWatt and Detective Senior Constable Neil Thompson.
I had the privilege of working with Tomo for probably 3 decades, and we'd spent the last few months talking about his retirement.
Just hours before the ambush, this is where the senior officer sat, the same spot most mornings for the last decade.
I'm sorry, what, Steph?
Are you kidding me? One of the cops was actually a cop movie cliche.
Right?
Jesus.
He just seemed invincible. For him to be saying he's going to Warren, I didn't even think that was dangerous, the way he was. And as soon as I heard yesterday what had happened, I knew he would have been the first one walking in the door. So, he wouldn't let anyone else go in front of him. It was going to be him. He would have been first.
Now it's up to his colleagues, with some of the country's most highly trained officers flooding the high country.
The dog's there? Yeah. Yeah, let the dog go up there. Oh, there he is.
But they can't. The so-called sovereign citizen knows this bush as well as anyone.
It's our highest priority to arrest the offender, and we will not rest until it occurs.
Freeman hated police. He posted this in 2023. Cops are the enemies of humanity, the new Gestapo. The only good cop is a dead cop. Detective Senior Constable Thompson was due to retire Friday next week.
With his retirement looming, I think that was the hard thing. He was nearly done.
38 years, yeah.
After 38 years.
Instead of forming a guard of honour as he walked out of his station for a final time. Tributes are growing, with colleagues standing side by side in Melbourne as the bodies of the two fallen officers were taken to a coroner.
Detective leading Senior Constable Neil Thompson was a hero. Senior Constable Vadim Devat was a hero.
And Cassie Zervos is in the search zone this evening. Cassie, this search is entering its third night.
Well, Mitch, police have spent the past 5.5 hours searching Desi Freeman's home and surrounding areas too, but just moments ago we saw a number of heavily armed officers leave in convoy. This doesn't mean the search is over for tonight. I am told they are going back to the command post area to have another briefing and plan for the next few days ahead, but the weather conditions are making it incredibly difficult. The rain is heavy, it's cold, it's wet, the wind has peaked up, and of course the thunder and lightning has started too. We are told snow is expected in the next few days as well, but these officers are determined to catch this man and bring him to justice. Mitch.
Cassie Zervos in Victoria's High Country, thank you. And as the manhunt enters its third night, police have issued a warning to all Victorians. Nick McCallum is in Pawnpunka as well. Nick, some holidays will need to be put on hold.
Well, Peter, Pawnpunka is a gateway to the snowfields, but police are urging skiers to stay away, even though they've just had their biggest snowfall of the season. Overnight, 30 centimetres of snow fell in the Alps. It's forecast a further 50 centimetres will fall before the weekend. But because Desi Freeman is still on the run, police say it's too dangerous for holidaymakers to come here.
Please steer clear of Pawnpunka. This is an area of significant police activity. There's other alternate routes to the snow. You can go through Mount Beauty or Running Creek. But if you have an option not to go to the snow this weekend, take that option.
And a strong police presence at Pawnpunka Primary School as classes resumed today. Students here were locked down for more than 6 hours on Tuesday, but today their parents said they wanted their children to resume a normal routine and to see their friends. Around half the 106 students attended school today, as police sent text messages right throughout northeastern Victoria. Here, Glenrowan, Beechworth, Wangaratta, warning all people to remain vigilant. Peter?
Nick McCallum, thank you. The fugitive's associates say he knows Victoria's high country like the back of his hand. As Karina Carvalho explains, that's not the only challenge confronting officers trying to track him down.
For an experienced bushman like Desi Freeman, Victoria's high country is an ideal place to hide out. Notorious bushranger Ned Kelly and his gang famously camped there for months on end. Tracking technology has certainly improved, but Freeman does hold the upper hand in this dangerous pursuit. On his doorstep is 16,000 square kilometres of rugged terrain running all...
They did that was the Dollop does a lot of stuff about Australian history. I'm like, Ned Kelly, that name sounds familiar.
Oh, I don't know that name.
I'll have to go. Well, if anyone who lives in Australia, or if you're interested in really weird stories about American and Australian history, the Dollop, I recommend it all the time. It's great. It's funny. There's a lot of, it's like that improv yes and style, and it's very
I'll have to
good.
link their podcast. Yeah, I don't know that episode. I don't remember that one.
Yeah, I'll put it in the YouTube comments in our chat there. Okay.
Perfect. Where's my tab? Oh, I seriously have 1,000
all the way
things
from
going
the
on.
high country to the coast. It's filled with mountains, valleys, and a labyrinth of underground caves. Searching on foot is dangerous. The bushland so dense, visibility is poor. Police know Freeman is armed. They fear he could be lying in wait or may have set up traps.
Has to be so fucking
the main
dangerous.
focus is searching from the air.
Oh, Sandy knows who Ned
Heat-seeking
Kelly
radars
is.
have not yet been effective. This video shows how a person can disappear beneath the tree canopy. The weather, for now, is on Freeman's side. Rain has meant police dogs can't pick up a scent. Snow is expected to fall in elevated areas until conditions ease on Saturday. The big question is whether Freeman was prepared. Does he have food supplies and clothing hidden in the bush? Crime Stoppers has received a tip-off that he likely does. One associate told police they're not hunting Freeman, he's hunting them.
Jesus Christ. I came across, and we're going to get more into Desi here because I have a lot more stuff on him. But when I was looking for, I had some stuff on his past history and current affair, how they whitewash stuff in Australia. But today when I was looking for stuff, I came across this interview here that a friend did who, it's an interesting interview, to say the least. I just saw Karma posted something. Let me see. Many media outlets are calling him the modern day Ned Kelly. I do not know who Ned Kelly is. Why I'm playing this, I'm going to look and see who this guy is. How do I not know who Ned Kelly is? I'm going to have to listen to the dollop when I go to sleep tonight. Okay, this is friend of fugitive Desi Freeman.
I'm pretty sure he had like a gang of bandits and they were hanging out in the outback and like just robbing people. I don't think he was the one that kept going out and eating people. I think that was a different guy. But yeah, oh God, there's some wild stories.
Let me see if I can get a Wikipedia real quick. Ned Kelly, Australia. Oh, he has a fantastic beard.
Sandy said right there, a bush ranger. Yeah, I'll have to re-listen to that episode. It's been a while since I listened to the dollop.
Oh, there he is. Okay, I'm going to put this in Wikipedia for everybody else. Just Wikipedia. I like Wikipedia, and I know some people are against it, but if you go to the sourcing, what's important about Wikipedia is to go to the sourcing that links to good articles and resources for stuff to further your inquiries. But Wikipedia gives good summaries. That's what I'll say about Wikipedia. But I am going to read about Ned Kelly, and I'm going to listen to that. Okay. This news piece I found, this guy lives on the compound with Desi Freeman and the family, and you'll hear from this interview how unique this guy is. And, well, I'll just let it play out. You'll hear for yourself here.
On Victoria, and a housemate of Victoria's accused cop killer has made a direct appeal to his friend to do the right thing and surrender.
In an exclusive interview with 10 News Plus, he's revealed more about the suspect's family and his skills as a bushman. Samantha Butler is once again in Pawnpukka tonight as the manhunt enters its third night. Sam, how did you track this man down?
Well, Denim, we first met Fabio Zambelli yesterday morning when we approached the entrance of the property where the shooting unfolded. He was quite distressed at the time and exhausted. He'd slept in his car the night before and hadn't been able to access any of his belongings because the property was and still is a crime scene. He was initially hesitant to speak to us but changed his mind this morning because he says he wanted to share a message for police investigating the shooting and also a message for Desi Freeman. The pair live at the same property together, and now Fabio is trying his best to look after Desi's wife and 3 children as the hunt for the alleged gunman continues.
Hi, my name is Fabio and I'm one of the residents of the property actually under investigation. I have a compelled need to say something because we are all under shock and we want to protect our privacy.
Fabio Zambelli knows Desi Freeman and his family better than most. He's currently looking after Desi's wife Marley and the couple's 3 children at an undisclosed location.
How difficult has this been for them?
For them, terribly difficult. And we are all knowing that this is only the beginning of the curve.
Fabio has been living with the alleged gunman and his family at the Pawnpukka property for some time.
To me, Marley, her family and Desi have always been kind to me.
Can you tell us how many people live on the property?
Let's say that it's not only me and the owners and Marley's family.
Fabio wasn't at the property on Tuesday morning when police arrived to execute a warrant for historic sex offences against a child. Freeman allegedly ambushed police, killing Detective Leading Senior Constable Neil Thompson and Senior Constable Vadim Devat, and wounding another detective.
Do you know how he felt about the police?
I don't know anything.
I don't know anything.
Was he
Sure.
fearful of them?
I don't know.
If you see me not responding, I want you to respect my thing, not because I have the answer, just because I'm not Desi, I'm not Mali.
He says since Desi Freeman fled into the bush, no one has had any contact with him.
Are you hopeful that Desi will be found alive?
Sure, because of course the police has to show professionalism in this approach, and by taking him alive will allow us to have a better understanding of all the situation.
Does he have the skills to survive out there in the
Sure,
bush?
he's a professional, resilient bushman.
We're focused on our purpose, to apprehend the offender and bring him before the courts.
While the hunt for the accused gunman continues, Fabio is desperate to access the place he calls home, which remains a crime scene.
There's a woman under shock. There are 2 animals, 2 cats in the property, and medications to be taken. We are not allowed to enter the premises, which I agree with. But if someone can feed our animals, even better, take one of the animals to us. They belong to the wife and the kids, and psychologically that will help a lot. Cops should have this professional approach. I'm not judging them, but upon deploying their troops, which is great, I think they're losing what is the secondary mission of theirs, preventing people to have mental problems.
How concerned are you about the mental health of Desi's wife, Marley?
Too much. I'm not here to judge.
Yes.
I think it's something that kind of not too many people really focus on it because not many family members speak up, and families that were friends. And good on this guy for speaking, on that gentleman for speaking up about that. And but
I
but the
don't. He's
thing,
living on the compound, so I'm a little skeptical of that.
right. But one thing that I think gets forgotten.
I mean, it's good though, because
and
if
look,
let's say Desi sees it, maybe he thinks
Right,
I'll turn myself.
right.
I doubt it though. He's a sovereign citizen
but
who's killed 2 cops.
the other thing that people don't think about in these instances, and I experience this personally, when you are related to a murderer, your blood feels dirty. And when someone decides whether they premeditate it or not, when someone goes out there and kills someone else, they're not just ending a life, and they're not just destroying their life. And they may not be completely destroying other people's lives, but there's a stain. There are times, there are dark times when I think to myself, am I going to kill someone too? Is it in my blood? Is my blood poison? And I think that's something that people like. I don't think anyone here in our audience is going to go out and commit an act of violence, but like when I hear these, and I think that's also a reason why when you see some of the school shooters like Kinkle and at Sandy Hook, where the parents, they kill the parents. And I think in a bizarre way, that's their act of mercy, so that the parents don't have to live with what they've done afterwards. But there is, it's so, and I mean, I wasn't even close to my uncle, in recent years and stuff like that. But there is that you feel dirty.
Sure. I can totally
it's
empathize with that. Well, I mean,
I guess
obviously I haven't been in that situation, but
Right.
I understand what I empathize with your feelings, and I hear
I
what
would
you're
call it
saying.
blood shame. And
Yeah.
I don't want anyone to think that's some kind of Nazi thing, but it's blood shame. Like,
Yeah. That
it
you carry
really,
that with you.
and that's why, that guy was living on the compound, and that, I was kind of like, what? But good for him on speaking up, because sometimes this guy may not give a shit that he killed 2 cops, that he ruined his life, but there might be a part of him that reacts to the fact that people that know me are hurting.
Sure. You know what?
You
That
know?
is, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I sorry for getting emotional. I
No,
think,
don't be
like, and
sorry.
that's something I never thought that I would have to experience in my life.
Yeah, no,
But
no, no.
it does affect the family, the friend. I mean, you hear people who are like, "Oh yeah, I went to kindergarten with John Wayne Gacy. What the hell?" You know, like
Yeah.
there is a very you do feel like a weird stain on you.
Yeah, exactly. And and I think this guy's probably, just from the way he's speaking, is probably believes in some of the sovereign citizen stuff too, but he knows enough what to say and stuff. And he probably does want his friend brought back safely and alive and not caught in a shootout or, more bloodshed to happen. Like, I think he probably realizes this shit has gone way too far. Um, I have watched this. I did watch this earlier today because I was like, "Oh my gosh, one of the people on the compound actually spoke out." Yeah, so, yeah, I think there's probably something to that. Where's my tab?
Her because otherwise I will lose the path of my concentration. But there's a woman and kids under high stress.
Police are adamant they won't rest until the gunman is found, dead or alive. What would your message be to Desi?
Giving up, surrender, pick up the word you prefer is the best way to handle the situation. To Desi, do the right thing for your family.
Amazing insight there, Sam. We're also, of course, tonight thinking about those two police officers who lost their lives and their families. There have been more tributes today.
There have, Amelia. We've spoken to several friends and family of those two slain officers, Detective Leading Senior Constable Neil Thompson and Senior Constable Vadim Devat. They are desperate for the alleged gunman to be brought to justice as this search enters a third evening. We understand Victoria's Chief Police Commissioner Mike Bush paid a few of those family members a visit today to offer his support as they try to come to terms and process the sudden loss of their loved ones. We spoke to a long-time friend of Vadim's just a short time ago. Take a listen to what he had to say.
He was so wonderful, always had a smile on his head, good heart, always helped out people, amazing guy. Yeah, he was very proud when he joined the police force. He rang me and told me that.
I've known Neil since I opened the cafe. He was invincible. He wasn't supposed to go. And so close to retiring. You know, we talked about what he was going to do when he retired and, you know, it's just not going to do it. I'm just so sad for him.
Now, the search for Desi Freeman certainly hasn't stopped. We understand police have been using flash.
I just wanted to make sure that people who knew them got to have their words too, because this is more than it is about. Like, yeah, it's important to talk about Desi and the sovereign citizen movement and how dangerous it is, but it's important to remember that two people lost their lives, right? And their family members are affected by this, and one other officer is shot and injured and still in the hospital. So it's more than it is just about him too. There are other people affected by this. So I just wanted to make sure that I played that through. Okay, so a little bit more context to this. I'm going to play this first. It is a report from Current Affair, and they were very proud to play this. And when I came across this, I watched this. And the title of this, hold on one second. Let me get through commercials. I don't subscribe to YouTube Premium. Okay. Let me share this screen. Share screen. And there will be 3 parts to this because we're going to play this first. And you'll see the title here is Reporter Faced Australia's Most Wanted Man, Accused Porpunket Gunman, A Current Affair. So that title right there, you know, it's flashy. It's, oh my gosh, we faced Australia's Most Wanted Man. Now you're going to see that they had interviewed him on an episode in 2018 about his menacing neighbors, and they did this whole big special about him. And I'm going to play that from 2018 after this. And you'll see how they coddled him and his neighbors were terrorizing him. But I also have a TikTok video that Karma sent Panda, Sassy, that shows what he was really doing to those people. So the media was like in 2018, this Current Affair special, when they first did the special about him, didn't do their due diligence for him. And it's the same problem that we kind of have in the US where they don't do their due diligence and just kind of put people on the TV because it's a, oh, interesting story. We don't do our, background and stuff, but you'll see how this all plays out. I was kind of
I can't imagine of a single instance when the media has platformed someone without doing. Damn, that's all. Ugh.
right. I thought this was pretty gross though. But so we'll play this first, then we'll go to the 2018 piece, and then I'll play that TikTok of the family that had to deal with Desi. Their clip too from TikTok. Okay, let me hit the play here.
Langdon, welcome to A Current Affair. Our history with Australia's Most Wanted. Coming up, the day our reporter came face to face with Desi Freeman, the man accused of killing 2 police officers in rural Victoria. But first, they were murdered in cold blood. Victoria's Police Chief Commissioner speaking about
thank you,
the
Sandy.
59-year-old
I figured it
detective
was.
and 35-year-old senior
It gives me
constable who
Entertainment
lost their
Tonight
lives today
vibes
in
from the
rural
United
Victoria.
States.
A third detective is undergoing surgery. He's going to be okay.
The suspect for this horrific event is still at large. We believe he is armed. We have deployed every specialist resource into this area to locate him. It is our priority. Our priority is to arrest him, to ensure that he's held to account for the actions, but also very much to bring safety and security to this community.
Well, almost 9 hours into the search for Desi Freeman, and as we just
Thanks, Rath. I just got your photo. I was over on X pulling a clip. I'll post that up too.
heard, every possible resource is being thrown at hunting him down. So how has the alleged gunman, who's believed to have his wife and children with him, stayed hidden so far? Locals have their theories, and Brendan Crew is in Porpunka tonight. Brendan, what are you hearing?
Well, Ali, we're hearing that he may have been expecting this. We've spoken to some locals here who've known him for years and say he's lived in the area for years and knows it like the back of his hand. He knows how to survive in the bush and he knows what to do out there. We're hearing he may even have a bunker or a safe space set up because he's expecting the law enforcement to come after him at some point. That's how deep his mind goes with his conspiracy theories.
So, Brendan, I know you spoke to Freeman's neighbour this afternoon who says he's been spiralling these past few years.
Yeah, we spoke with a man who lived next to him for a few years and witnessed his mental state really go downhill. We know he's a sovereign citizen, which means that he has no respect for the law and thinks he's above the law. And we know he's been in trouble with the law, trying to get around it as well. He's been arrested many times. Police know him in these parts.
And look, we just heard from police. This is the first time we've heard from them in the past hour. And to listen to them, Brendan, they are broken because I think this is always in the back of their minds when they go to work each day. But the police commissioner was explaining that 10 officers were executing that search warrant. There was a risk assessment done because Freeman was known to them. But it just goes to show that this is a dangerous job.
Yeah, it is. I mean, we've spoken to some police officers here and you can see they're broken, you can see they're hurting, but you sort of have to park that and put it to one side because they've got a job to do as well. They have to protect this town of 1,000 people, which is usually thriving. Everyone knows everyone, but at the moment it's a ghost town and everyone's living in a bit of fear. We've spoken to some people here who are terrified. They're locking up their houses tonight, knowing that there's an active gunman out there.
Devastating. Yeah. For a small knit community like this.
I do not like this reporter. I forgot how grossed out I was watching this the first time.
Innocent coppers.
Heart goes out to the police officers' families.
It's terrible. Yeah, everyone would know each other out here, so
yeah,
it's awful.
It's a pretty rough country out there, isn't it?
Up in here it is, yes. Very rough.
You'd have to know what you're doing.
And he does.
Yeah.
Well, he's been living up there for a long time.
Yeah.
He'd know.
Yeah.
He'd know where to hide.
Yeah, Brenton, it is looking like a long night ahead. You can only imagine how those locals are feeling, the fact that you've effectively got a town in lockdown. Let's hope that they find him before anyone else is hurt. Thanks for that. Well, A Current Affair has history with Desi Freeman, the man police are still searching for tonight. But he wasn't the villain in our story 7 years ago. He claimed he was the victim at war with his neighbours.
And you didn't do your due
Marty
diligence.
King met him.
It is full-out war, and they are the instigators of it.
Who is Desi Freeman, the man accused of shooting 3 police officers today? I spent an entire day with him and his family back in 2018. Desi and his wife Marley claimed they were being harassed and intimidated by
This is like the guy who was in kindergarten with John Wayne Gacy who writes a tell-all book about it or something.
Exactly. I know, it's so
This is
fucking
really
gross.
gross.
You're gonna be
Yeah.
even more disgusted when we get to the TikTok video that Karma sent Panda and then Panda sent me. Like, it was like trickled down. I was even more enraged, like, because I had already had the first 2 pieces of this. And then when I got to the TikTok, I was like, fucking gross. Like, these people should be ashamed of themselves. They are so exploitative and didn't do their due diligence, didn't look into the other families or what was really going on. Like, they just wanted to do not sensational media, what exploitative media. I'm trying to find the word right now. I don't know. Trash TV. I don't know. It's gross.
Yellow
Trauma report.
journalism.
Yeah, trauma to report on vultures. Yeah, just gross. Yellow journalism. Is that the word? Ugh.
The family told me this was their little piece of heaven.
Perfect paradise, and it's so peaceful.
But they claimed it was paradise lost because of behaviour like this.
These dirt bike ferals move here, and they think it's the Wild West.
That day, Desi Freeman seemed genuine. He seemed genuinely upset. A man protecting and defending his family. Well, that was the appearance. But I do recall that day, he seemed very obsessive, the sort of man who would talk at you and not to you.
All we wanted is peace.
Exactly, Sandy.
Marley was a music teacher. Locals said she was renowned for her talent and peaceful nature. What did you think could happen or might happen?
Oh, anything could happen. It's the fear of the unknown.
That was your fear?
Yes, that was my fear.
After spending that Saturday with Desi, his wife and 2 young sons, I left with 3 thoughts on my mind. He said, they said, and what really happened. We spoke to the neighbours back in 2018, but they didn't want to tell their side of the story. Can you ask your wife to let you talk? Since then, Desi Freeman has had run-ins with police.
What's your name? Desi Freeman.
We now know that Freeman identifies as a sovereign citizen.
Did you look into it back then?
For acting impressively and when interested and perverting the course of justice.
This was Freeman in a Victorian country court in 2021.
Take note that the magistrate is under arrest for serious crimes committed against me.
We also know that 10 police went to Freeman's property this morning to execute warrants. After 7 years, who knew it would end like this?
It is full-out war, and they are the instigators of it.
You can spend a day with a man, but who really knows the person within?
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it.
Well, Peter Moroney is a retired detective who served in the New South Wales Police Force for almost 20 years. Really appreciate you coming in tonight, Peter. We are all feeling this, but every single person who puts on that uniform is really hurting right now.
Yeah, look, they will be, and it doesn't matter if we're talking police in particular. I think you'll talk law enforcement, first responders across the board. Look, as you said in your introduction, it's a job they'll sign up to knowing there's that risk, but they'll still go forward and do that anyway. But the real reason they'll do it is to help. They want to help the victims. They want to help those people that can't help themselves. And you can ask any officer in uniform or a detective and they'll give you the same answer.
Yeah, I mean, you've been here, you've lost friends, colleagues in the force. It's a day you don't really get over, isn't it?
No, look, it's not. You know, unfortunately, I've had 3 friends being killed in the spate of just on the 18 years that I was a member of the New South Wales Police. It may sound a bit silly that this is a station where the Bill O'Reillys of the world perhaps come interstate, from. And it does well, resonate. American version. But when it is someone that you know, it brings it home a lot closer to give you that realisation that your job is dangerous or can be dangerous at times. Yeah. But again, we'll certainly do it from the point that you'll do it because you want to help.
And I just think of those officers who are on the ground. They're working very, very hard tonight.
The important part was played from that. Now we will go to the when they actually talked to him in 2018, because she's just gonna blah, 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 talk about everything that we already know about. Hold on
1 second. Share this instead. This is when he appeared on A Current Affair in 2018.
Freeman thought they were giving their sons a dream childhood in the country. Instead, they're living next door to a family they say taunts them with chainsaws, dirt bikes and obscene abuse.
Marley, why did you come to live out here?
Look around you. The mountains, Mount Buffalo Day, fields are green, the air is so fresh, you can hear the birds. Perfect paradise, and it's so peaceful.
Well, it was.
Sadly.
They're the Bogans from Buffalo. Their target, a family of 4.
Bullying us, they're draining us, and that's the tactics of bullies is they drain you, they wear you out.
Desi and Marley Freeman live in the shadows of Mount Buffalo with their children Koa and Kenai. Over there, a short profanity away, are the Sacutellis, Father Rosario, his wife and their teenage sons.
These dirt bike ferals move here and they think it's the Wild West.
In fact, it's the wild northeast on Victoria's snow line. High country, low behaviour.
Get behind the tree, ugly.
The Freemans versus the Sacutellis erupted 5 years ago. Desi says after they complained about stunts like this. Seems hell hath no fury like a Sacutelli scorned. Rosario, or Czar as he's known in these parts, leads the charge.
Deal with your wife, mate. She's the only one that works.
Dirt bike ferals and a mouth to match. It's aggressive, vile, intimidating, and the Freemans say frightening.
All we wanted is peace. That's all we wanted, peace.
What is their reputation?
Tough guys, these are tough guys. And that really intimidates me. And my kids, that's the main thing.
I'm sure your husband did nothing.
Look, it's been hell. They don't even want to come outside anymore to play because they're scared as well.
Neighbours working together? Seriously, around here, that's got to be the joke of the century.
Sure thing.
It started with trail bikes.
If this guy was wanted for some kind of child sex abuse, what the hell was he doing living with his children?
I do not know. And I did not know until today when I read the updated news articles and stuff that they were actually executing a warrant or whatever it's called in Australia. I'm just going to say warrant because that's what we say in the US. That they were executing it because he had sexually abused a child or was accused, whatever that was. And was it one of his, because they said a child under the age of 16. So was it one of his children, a child on the compound? I don't know. I'm curious about more reporting on that and what that actually entails. He's fucking gross. He's a terrible human being, just awful all around. And I'm guessing from this situation, what I'm guessing is these people moved in. He didn't like that they were living there. They had some loud dirt bikes. He started recording them, was standing next to the fence, harassing them. And they were like, fuck you, dude. We'll do what we, you know what I mean? Why are you filming us? Why are you taking pictures all the time? You know what I mean? That's what I'm assuming happened, but they haven't given much information on that. Thanks, Karma. I didn't, until today, I didn't know he had those sexual abuse charges, molesting a minor. I was like, holy fuck, this guy is really bad news.
Then torrents of abuse. Intimidation with a chainsaw. And finally, all-out war.
It is full-out war, and they are the instigators of it.
What happened that day with the chainsaw?
Rosario Sacutelli came and dragged a log and chainsawed it, chopped it right at the back of our fence there. I was like, Oh my God, what is he gonna do next?
Were you scared?
Cutting a piece
I
of
was
wood.
really scared.
But
I
tough
chainsaw
guy
all the
Zar
time.
isn't done. He came, he saw, and then he intimidates the defenceless Marley with disgusting abuse. What did you think
Oh,
could
okay,
happen
thanks,
or might
Sandy.
happen?
That puts
Oh,
important
anything
context
could
there.
happen. It's
Thank
the fear
you.
of the unknown.
Thank
was
you,
your
my
fear.
Aussie friends.
Yes, that was my
Sandy
fear.
and Karma here
Soon we'll
tonight
talk
is
to
helping.
Zar. But first, can you imagine living next door to this? Hardly easy country charm.
What kept me every time to do that?
This bloke is Romanen, Zar's brother-in-law, and as Marley does her gardening, Romanen joins in the fun.
I hope and I pray. I pray to God that you have peace too. That's all we want. And why can't you do the same?
Life here in the high country was meant to be simple for the family. Then simple came to life. There's a famous quote, nobody appreciates deliverance like those who've nearly been destroyed. And the Freemen say that is them. Marley is a music teacher. Locals in nearby Myrtleford say she's renowned for her talent and kindness and peaceful nature.
Yeah, well, Marley and her family are all very kind, very beautiful people, and it's amazing that anybody's treated like that.
Marley teaches music to David Hogg's grandchildren. He's lived here all his life and says he's never seen anything like this.
I felt angry, and I felt really sad that this has come to our town.
It was a shock to see it. It's just appalling behaviour. And I
I've
don't think a
gathered that,
community or
Karma,
anyone
yeah.
should put up with that.
Mary Tomeno says locals call Marley the mother of Myrtleford.
She's just a lovely soul, a lovely person. I mean, she was saying, what have we done to you? Which is a fair enough question.
From the mother of Myrtleford to the father of filth. From a motorbike to a tractor, the indecency continues. Oh, and here comes Chainsaw Charlie right now in his Nissan Navara. So much to say, so let's hear it. Hi, we're from Channel 9. We're doing a story about this couple here.
Yeah, I know.
Can we talk to you? Zar? Can we talk to you, Zar? Mate, can I have a quick chat to you, please? Martin King from Channel 9. How you going? Geez, if I introduced myself anymore, I could start a dating app. Come on, tough guy, give us some love. The people in here have complained about you about you with the chainsaw. Oh, can you?
Interesting how this news reporter framed the story today to how he did it back then. He was like, he seemed really convinced, and we tried to talk to the people. Come on, dude. Like, you guys are doing sensational journalism and a hokey dokey story.
Can I ask your wife?
Fuck out of here.
Can you ask your wife to let you talk? Oh, jeez.
And I wanted to point out the
What did the police say?
the dueling banjos.
I
It's a
know.
beautiful song, and then they had to say they had to make a direct reference to the film, and this came out in 2018.
Yeah.
And this guy just did this murder. They could have gone back to the studio and been like, we need to fix this so it looks less stupid.
Right? And the way they frame it, like, people weren't going to go back and find the 2018 one and watch it and be like, I don't think that looks very right. Like, that was the first thing I did when I came across this online. I was like, huh, what's this? Oh, let me go find the 2018 piece that you guys did. And I was like, you're full of shit. That was immediately what I did. Like, immediate thing I did. First thing I did.
Well, the police fined him. He paid thousands of dollars for that chainsaw incident, breaching the noise abatement notice. And senior constable actually said to me that he'd never seen a case so bad out here.
Then a weird thing happens. Zar reappears. We perform a kind of vehicular ballet around the paddocks. Then he goes home. Like we said, weird.
Desi and Marley are now leaving the property they've called home for the past 6 years, so the Sacutellis will have new neighbours soon, and that'll be fun for everyone.
Okay. Now, let me pull this up over here, share this tab. This is from Easy Breezy Cheesy on TikTok. Oh, let me pause first. Oh, back, pause. Okay, the comment. I'll read the comment first from the creator. Let me hide the chat overlay real quick. And, oh, Jesus, that's not what I meant to do so that everybody can see it bigger. Show on stream, hide that. Okay, there we go. And let me zoom in. Control. Oh, I guess it won't zoom in, eh? Okay, don't stop playing. Okay, this is Desi Freeman. Yesterday, he shot 3 police officers and killed 2 of them. This footage is from a few years ago when he was harassing our family daily. Desi Freeman spent years harassing and trespassing on my mom's property in Myrtleford. He was renting a property next door and thought he was in his thought it was his right to use my mom's property at his own leisure to access the river and bushland. This footage is of my brother asking Desi to leave the property as this behavior was a daily occurrence. Shortly after my mom obtained a restraining order against Desi, A Current Affair conducted a sob story on how Desi was a victim of awful neighbors targeting him. Mom wasn't featured in the story as the restraining order was in place at the time. However, other neighbors were targeted by Martin King and his camera crew for a news story that pushed a completely false narrative. A Current Affair are now doing a news story on Desi Freeman tonight and don't want to take accountability for the story they aired in 2019, that should be 2018, that painted Desi as a loving family man and not the true psycho he is. A Current Affair and Channel 9 conveniently have their comments turned off on all their news stories about Desi across all their social platforms. If those unhinged sovereign citizens were held accountable for their actions and numerous crimes, 2 police officers would have made it home safely to their families yesterday. So I'm going to play this. Let me back it up, make sure this is on. Back it up.
The police told you you're not allowed to come here. I'm not threatening you. How am I threatening you? You've been told you're not allowed to come here. The police are coming now. They're on their way.
Oh, good. Where's your boundary? Where's your boundary?
This is my mother's property. Do you own property?
Show me your boundary.
Do you see her on your land where you live?
No, and she doesn't see me on her land. Where is your boundary? I've got GPS here, right? What's going to happen is you're going to be charged with making a false report to police and sued, and I'll be going for damages. Right, it costs you a lot more than your little barristers. Now stop harassing people, stop being antisocial, go and run your horse business, go and mind your own business, all right?
You're not allowed to be here, man.
Mate, look, GPS.
So that's my mum's
Satellite
property.
map. You know where your boundary is?
Where
it's
is
not
it?
even this fence here, it's right over there. Right, and I'm not even passing this fence, let alone right over there.
Oh.
And all the way along I've mapped it.
So, yeah, they didn't do their due diligence. There's stuff everywhere about this guy. I mean, he is just not a good dude. And I have one.
Do you have a job? How old are you? But do you have a job, really?
Yeah.
What is the relationship?
I have footage too. One last thing to end tonight on Desi. This is when he wanted to arrest the magistrate in Myrtleford Court. And this is from 3 years ago. I'm not sure how long this is. We could probably just play a little bit of it. Oh, it's only 11 minutes long. Okay. We'll end with this. Just a little bit more on Desi, and we'll close the night out with Desi in court, arresting Magistrate Dunn and police in the video here.
For aiding and abetting. Okay. I arrest you for acting oppressively and when interested and perverting the course of justice. You must stand down. You are now in my custody and under arrest. You are not free to leave.
Just have a seat.
Does this court obey the law, sir?
Just have a seat.
Does this court obey the law?
Have a seat.
Even just once?
Have a seat. Mr. Prosecutor, how many police witnesses?
4, Your Honour. There's Miss Quinn, Gary French, Walker Brown and informant Borwich.
2 police and 2 civilian. Now, Mr. Freeman.
Yes.
In terms of your defence for the matter, what do you say? How many witnesses do you have?
I'll run my case, well, I'm going to run it, sir. Magistrate Stella Stuthridge has already progressed this matter. On the 13th of December last year.
Mr. Freeman, I've asked you a question.
I don't understand the question, sir. What was that?
How many witnesses do you have?
Witnesses?
Yeah.
I don't need witnesses.
Okay, so you have no witnesses? The purpose of this hearing is to determine how long the contested hearing will take.
Sir, it's not. That's not what Magistrate Stuthridge ruled, and I'm about to give you that information, and so far you suppressed me from giving that information.
This matter is listed for a contest mention. It's running as a contest mention.
Can I speak now, please, sir?
Your question.
On the 13th of December last year, Magistrate Stella Stuthridge identified serious issues I raised, being a serious abuse of process in this matter, an order that was not made according to law, and many counts of fraud and perjury by the applicant. As a result, I've implemented a voir dire that this case cannot proceed until these matters are dealt with. That was upheld by Magistrate
I've implemented. It cannot proceed.
A hearing, which is now a year later, this one, and she specifically said that Magistrate Cottrell is not to sit on the matter because he was the one that caused the problem, that Magistrate Watkins cannot because he isn't biased, and that you cannot either. And then the registrar, Sam out there at the front, told me 3 weeks ago that you're one of the magistrates that had recused yourself from this matter. And I'm very angry that the registrars couldn't get it right and went and allocated this hearing while you were sitting when it was supposed to be Magistrate David Farram, according to Magistrate Stella Stuthridge. She also stated in the court, on the record, which you need to check, prosecutions are on notice that the hearing will be an application to strike the matter out, nothing else. She said it is booked in for an application to strike the matter out. She specifically told that to Prosecutor Stuart Pritchard. There has been a shocking delay in justice in the past year waiting for my hearing. I've been back to court to try and get it heard sooner, which is a perversion of the course of justice, and I'm not ready to make any more concessions for people. I've been to court 15 times.
15 times.
You would have been the fifth magistrate, but as it's gone around in circle, the fourth magistrate to sit on this case. This travesty of justice and unlawfulness by Loretta Quinn, by the police and by this court has continued for 2.5 years. Even during the deaths, my family deaths I had 2 weeks after my sister-in-law dropped dead in front of the 4 kids, you and Evans and Eliades, French and Quinn and their lawyers all got in here and colluded all day long and harassed me for a full day in August. Then you adjourned it to November, and I was hounded and hammered again in the most sadistic way for a full day. And then
Total ward salad, Sandy.
I still didn't get the matter resolved because this court is still unable to resolve it according to law, which would only take 5 minutes. Now, the crimes that were committed by Loretta Quinn and Magistrate Cottrell took 17 minutes on the court record. It has now taken me 17 months to try and get the law simply upheld and get this matter reversed. And I can assure you I am extremely angry and extremely determined, and I have no more concessions or grace left for anyone involved, and am ready to launch private prosecutions against anyone who breaks the law in the court today. Now, I have the laws that are being broken, sir.
Freeman,
I'm being cut off, yeah? Okay.
Magistrate Stuthridge has made no orders in this matter. The matter is listed for a contest mention today.
So you're going to railroad me again, okay?
I have no evidence that what you say is correct. So, in terms of not calling any witnesses, it would appear to be a factual argument.
Correct, sir.
I have evidence to give on the stand, sir.
Well, it's a question of factual argument.
I have evidence to give up there to this court. That's my right.
Hey,
Oh, yes, it is today.
Oh,
There's
yes,
my
it
right
is,
to
he
a fair
said.
hearing. 2.5
My
years.
God.
Well, this needs to go to the Supreme Court. Do not adjourn this case, sir. You will be perverting the course of justice, and I will prosecute you.
What's the matter for you? How long will this matter take, Mr. Prosecutor? I would imagine at least a day.
At least a day, Your Honour.
This court has constructive knowledge of perjury being committed. You'll be aiding and abetting that if you proceed. You'll be in breach of Justice Gaudron's rulings in the High Court, Nicholas versus the Queen, 1998, by proceeding in a matter that is an abusive process, where there are other serious matters raised which have been identified by a previous magistrate. Yeah. You cannot proceed in this matter by ruling of the High Court of Australia. You're acting in criminal bias. The magistrate acting oppressively or when interested. I have a right to a fair hearing and I have a right to justice. If I do not get it, this proves that this is not a court of competent jurisdiction and you will be prosecuted, sir. For the Supreme Court and High Court Justices listening to this recording in the future, take note the Magistrate Dunn is not allowing me to have a fair hearing, is obstructing justice and is in breach of the law. So I have an hour allocated for this hearing. I want to get up on that stand and give some evidence.
No, you're not.
Okay, well, you're perverting the course of justice. I've had enough of it. You're acting oppressively and when interested, in breach of the Crimes Act.
Are you available on the 5th of February?
No, sir, you have constructive knowledge of crimes committed in this court. You are now aiding and abetting them.
Are you available on the 5th of February?
Peter Dunn, I arrest you for aiding and abetting.
Okay.
I arrest you for acting oppressively and when interested and perverting the course of justice. You must stand down. You are now in my custody and under arrest. You are not free to leave.
I do not think so.
For the Supreme and High Court Justices listening to this recording in future, take note that the magistrate is under arrest for serious crimes committed against me, as have been outlined in numerous hearings and this one.
Who could have
I
predicted
have
this
no
guy would
choice
get
but to make
violent?
this arrest under Section 458 of the Crimes Act, which is my lawful right to do so. This case cannot proceed. Right, who's the highest ranking police officer here?
That'd be me.
Right.
No.
So you're obliged.
No, I'm not.
Excuse me. No. You're obliged.
Excuse
to
me
make
for a
the
moment.
arrest.
Just excuse me,
A
Mr.
lawful
Freeman.
arrest has been made.
Mr. Freeman, just excuse me for a moment.
Honor, please.
5th of February at this court or at Juliet, at this court or at Myrtleford?
I haven't watched this thing in a while. Not since it happened.
Myrtleford, or is it 5th of February at Myrtleford Day? Okay, 5th of February at Myrtleford.
Mr. Doss, I arrest you as well for malfeasance of public office and refusing to do
But
your
he's just
duty.
arresting fucking everyone.
All right? And your other charges will be added to that. Okay? So for the court record, for the Supreme Court and High Court Justices listening to this recording, you're both under arrest. This matter has stopped. You are not free to leave. You are in my custody. If you leave, you will be escaping lawful custody and resisting arrest. That's the law under Section 458 of the Crimes Act, which I am entitled to enact.
I think that's your
according to the circumstances.
That would be your interpretation of law.
Say what you want. Yeah. All right.
Well, no, but just because you say so, Mr. Freeman, doesn't mean it's right. 5th of February.
Please, then, Constable Sarah Williamson. It's now your role to arrest Mr. Dosser and Mr.
Time to go, Mr. Freeman.
Yeah.
The matter's booked in for a hearing.
This is done, Mr. Freeman. You're
Okay.
excused from...
I'll collect my papers. Thank you very much.
Good job.
Good job on fucking what?
Absolutely disgusting. Shameful. Now, paper that you need. A document for the court, sir. I must leave here, according to law.
Well, if you leave it at the front counter, that'll be just...
Okay. Because you are under the Criminal Code Act, Section 83(4), because you are using force and intimidation to interfere with my Australian democratic and political right to have my case heard.
Off you go, Mr. Freeman. Off you go.
I arrest you, sir, and I
Time to
arrest
leave.
you.
Time to leave.
Time to leave. Grab your papers and off you go.
So all of you police in the courtroom and magistrate are arrested according to law. This will be taken up in the Supreme Court. I'm now under duress. I fear for my safety, given that there are 4 armed criminals.
Your phone and all your bits and pieces.
4 armed criminals surrounding me in an intimidating manner. I'm under duress.
Off you go. Bye, Mr. Freeman.
Thank you for your time.
You received your charge sheet summons.
Next.
I wonder what the conversation was like after that. I'm going to end with words here from Dr. Christine. She wrote this today at 9:50 a.m. this morning. And I think it's poignant after watching that and everything that occurred today and that we talked about with sovereign citizens. I hope countries struggling with sovereigns do not make the same mistakes some have made, which is to assume that they are lost and in need of guidance. I wrote about it here. Judges and other court personnel who are unfamiliar with sovereign citizens often have the most trouble. Sovereign citizens act in ways that are outside the traditional courtroom norms. They make statements that appear bizarre and nonsensical. They commonly read from internet scripts that supposedly teach them ways to win the courtroom. To the unfamiliar courtroom official, their behaviors may come across as that of someone who is lost and in need of guidance. In response, some judges attempt to work with the sovereign citizen to correct their thinking. However, the judge fails to recognize that this behavior of the sovereign citizen is deliberate, well thought out, and often scripted. It is not a lack of understanding of American laws, and I know this is written from the American perspective, but I think it fits across a lot of different perspectives and countries. It is instead a total rejection by the sovereign citizen of the legitimacy of the American government and the American judicial systems. Sovereign citizens do not need education in the law or in courtroom procedure. They have rejected all U.S. laws. They have determined that the U.S. judicial system is without merit and is a farce in its entirety. They are not lost or in need of direction from the judge. The sovereign citizen rejects the judicial system and has predetermined it to have no jurisdiction over them. By being patient and mistaking the intentions of the sovereign citizen, the judge unintentionally emboldens them. It appears to the sovereign citizen that their worthless arguments and maneuvers in the courtroom have merit, since the judge is so patiently entertaining the sovereign's maneuvers and verbal arguments. The patience of the judge only reinforces the misbehavior of the sovereign citizen. It also wastes time and court resources. And I think that's what we just witnessed right there. And that's why I wanted to end with that after we saw, and I think that was spot on after what we just witnessed right there. Karma. There has been a lot of TikTok lives in the last few days supporting him. Many believe the police harassed him and pushed him over the edge. Yeah, now that you say that, Karma, that brings me to people are pushing that it was false flags too. I forgot about that. Thank you, Karma, for bringing up that on the. I don't spend a near enough time on TikTok, and I have an account. I'm gonna have to start utilizing it more. Where are the false flag ones? I have those marked. Let me go back up to the reporting on the case. Let's see here. We'll close with the 2 things I have on them saying people saying it's false flags. Okay. Oh, here we go. Perfect. I did not lose those. That one. And here we go. Let me pop this up on the screen here. Can you see that? Okay. Let me just zoom that in a little bit better. Okay, there we go. Some people are already framing the police shooting by a sovereign citizen as a psyop. Unfortunately, it's not. It's very real and horrific. And she had retweeted Cooker Watch. And I'll pull that up. Highly doubt anyone was even killed. Looks like it's a psyop to discredit anyone who has the beliefs mentioned in this screenshot. So you can see right there, they're already doing that. And then we have this one here too. Seeing more claims of the Australian sovereign citizen shooting being a false flag event. If only that were the case, but tragically it's not. This is real. People have died, and the perpetrator is still at large with his family. Well, we do know the family is safe now. That was initial reports. And we have the tweet here. possible false flag event. So they're, similar things we see in the US after events. Oh, you're welcome, Sandy. I'm glad that you like that. Yeah, I love her. She's really excellent when she does her information, everything. And I appreciate Karma because through Sassy, you got me some information that I didn't have. Sandy, I appreciate you from Australia because like having you guys is so helpful because I don't know the Australia legal system that way that well. I mean, I know the basics, right? But it's so different than our judicial system. And I don't know all the ins and outs of your sovereign citizen movement versus ours. And I have one more thing to end the night. I just forgot this. We'll end with this picture that I have of Ned Kelly that where did I save it at? Pictures. There it is. We'll end with the picture here and we'll say our good nights. There we go. Now I know what he looks like because Rath sent that to me. Thank you, Rath, for the picture too. And everybody who came tonight, Sassy, Steph as always, but that's Ned Kelly. Now that I see the image, now I know what everybody portrays him as looking like. Now I'm familiar now, but I will listen to that Dollop episode tonight. But yeah, and we're going to do what? Sim theory in 2 weeks. Is that what it's called? You said, Steph? So we'll do that. And I recommend looking into Dr. Christine.
Yeah, man, thank you for coming, Karma. We really love you, and thank you for helping me with that little side thing that we've been talking about on Signal. I think that the foundational principle that I think we touch upon in all of our subjects is that the erosion of shared reality is
Yes.
more dangerous than anything else because you and I can sit here and argue what shade of blue the sky is, or even if that is really blue, but we both agree that there's a sky.
Yeah.
And that and there's such a I hate to say it like this. I don't think the world has much time left.
Doom and gloom, Steph. My doom and gloomer.
I'm not trying.
You're the glass half empty, and I'm the glass half full person.
Oh no. I'm the glasses lying on the floor shattered.
I'm a glass half full.
I've never seen such an acceleration of man, the internet was a mistake. The internet was a mistake.
I think so a lot of times. I do. Sometimes I get on and I'm like, we made a big mistake giving everybody access to the internet. We're letting it grow the way it has. And now we have AI, which I would like to do an episode or a stream at some point. Maybe just I'll just shoot one out sometime. Fall and winter, I have a lot more time on my hands once I get through this wedding. But on ChatGPT and how people are using it as replacements in their lives with relationships and stuff like that's really becoming an issue and stuff. But yeah, I bet, Karma. I bet, right? Oh, but yeah, lots of topics we can cover. I have a lot more time in the winter and spring. Oh, and I did want to mention, I know a lot of people have been waiting for my Satanic Temple episode. I've been editing and working on it. My husband's been injured since July. He's still on crutches. And I had swimmer's ear and I have lupus as well. I'm really working my butt off as much as I can in between everything and taking on all house duties myself and taking care of my health as well as much as I can, taking care of him. A lot of falling on me since he's on crutches. He's been on crutches for 2 months now. And then we have our son's wedding, but it is coming. I promise. I've been editing and doing as much as I can in between stuff. So that project is coming. I'm doing my best, but I'm a solo person on that project and I don't have an editor or somebody who does all that stuff for me, but it is coming. I promise. So that will be coming soon, shortly too. Hopefully before the wedding, if not right after it. But thank you, everybody. who checks into all of our stuff and projects that we work on. I appreciate it. And you can check, Ko-fi has my Ko-fi link. I'll put it down there. Whenever I put these streams back up, it'll have Steph's information's on there, Quax's is, all of our different groups that we support and projects we're involved in. It's all on there. So, yeah, but that's it until 2 weeks from now.
And and it, I mention them every week, but I think with the shootings now, it's even more important to bring up the Honor Network.
Yeah, they are listed in my resources for the school shooting. Yep, they're in there.
Yeah, and
100%.
anyone who is interested in, I really don't like the web address, but I'm gonna put a link in the chat and YouTube. Dr. Peter Langford is the world's renowned expert on mass shootings, and everything is there. I read the psych reports on the Aurora shooter. There's thousands of documents on Columbine and stuff like that. So that is the best resource.
Thanks, Steph. Yeah, I did the morning of the shooting. I spent a while and I pulled a whole bunch of resources. I made sure they were good ones. Like I did the live updates of what was happening, and then I just went immediately. Like there's a whole section, Ko-fi little blog I did with, all the immediate resources for people to, who are grieving or needed support, like Honor Network, everything that you can imagine. And, SAMHSA and all the different, resources for people with school shootings and different things like that.
If you are having an issue with online harassment or something like that, me personally, you can reach out to me directly instead of going through Honor.
Sure.
So you can, because a lot of times I remember one time I got an email and he was like, "Hey, can you look into this for me?" And I'm like, "Oh, hey, I know that guy on Twitter." So I reached out to them personally, and I'm like, "Do you need any action? Do you want us to help?" So if you have something, you can touch base with me directly, and that kind of like offloads some of the. I mean, don't inundate me, but And I'm
No.
sorry that I've been tuned out. I didn't know anything about the shootings that were going on. I kind of didn't want to. I've been building my own little stuff for my own little worlds, and it's been really peaceful and nice here.
That's the thing that I did the day of the shooting, and there's 2 little things about the updates for this, and then the rest is a whole list of resources, Honors at the top, and then it goes down through with a whole bunch of other resources. So, it's right below Sandy's last comment there, so you can reach out to Honor Network. A whole bunch of other resources are there as well, for anybody that is looking. And Honor Network's listed in my Ko-fi by itself separately too. Along with Life After Hate, Parents for Peace, Steph and Quack's links, anything. All go-to things are on the Ko-fi things, our past streams, stuff like that, yada, yada, yada. It's where I throw everything instead of like having to go to tweets and Blue Sky all the time. It's a lot easier. But yeah, so. Oh, I know, Sandy. When I watched the coverage, the mayor was speaking and there was a female cop behind him. And I don't know. This shooting got me again, but there was a female cop behind him, and I watched her like she was like you could see her swallowing and trying to hold it, not cry. Like to see a cop, they see this violence all the time, but she was standing behind him, and just to see her trying to maintain her composure. And as he was talking, cope, I'm sorry. Well, cop, anyways, it made me think of her, but it was hard to watch. I mean, I'll never be desensitized to it. And I know people say, "Oh, we're so desensitized to things in America." I'm not. I'm never going to be desensitized to this kind of violence in America. I just can't let myself be desensitized to it. And it was so hard to watch that again in our country. And I don't know.
And I don't know if it's just me. Again, I don't have, but it feels like there's been more shootings and SWAT stuff this year. And like I said, I don't have stats on that. Maybe it just feels that way to me. Yes, thank you, Sandy. And but there's also a sense in me that says like, okay, if there really is more stuff going on, I get the feeling that it's because Trump is in office, because this is like the accelerationist agenda. Get Trump back in office, get an authoritarian regime, and then just start the violence. And that, I mean, we opened New Year's Day with a shooting.
Yeah.
I mean,
it was
this
these
year,
kids' first day back to school. They had just started school that morning, 8:30. It's just
I
fucking, I'm
can't.
so.
I was out. I had graduated before Columbine happened. I can't imagine what it's like to be a kid and have to do these fucking drills. And we know from several accounts, like at Parkland is the one that stands out. They said we thought it was another drill. We thought it was just a shooting drill. So these shooting drills are actually getting kids to lower their guard.
I know.
And it's just horrific.
We shouldn't have to live like this. Our kids shouldn't have to live like this.
No, nobody. You know, I remember, and like I said, I was out of high school before this stuff, but there were a few school shootings that made news before I graduated high school, and then like, so then it was, oh, okay, so we have to be careful that there isn't a shooting in school. Then it was, oh, a church, oh, a mall, oh, a block party. There's, I mean, I get to the point that when, like, if I go to a concert or a show with my friend Steven, he's my concert buddy. The first thing I do is look at my ingress and egress.
Yeah.
I look for where I shouldn't be thinking that. Why?
Do you
And
know
I've
I
never
wasn't even shocked when Nicholas started at UNC that I think it was his first day of classes, that he messaged me and told me that there was an active shooter on his campus and that he couldn't get the doors open this way and that way, and they had to go around, you know. The UNC had to change their policies. It ended up the shooter killed one of his professors, but he had a shooter on campus his first day. And it was his first time away from us in the States, in Pennsylvania. But I wasn't even shocked. I mean, it was terrifying, and he didn't know what was going on, and I had to give him reports of what was even happening on campus. But the doors didn't lock. A janitor had to come around and lock those fucking doors. A janitor was risking his life to lock the doors because UNC didn't. Like, we've had so many school shootings. How did you not have in the classrooms where they could lock their goddamn doors? And my son, they were implementing what they learned in school drills. It's fucking sick shit. Like, what are we doing?
And that was one of the big things with Sandy Hook, is that they could get, and with Parkland too.
That happened with my son at UNC just a couple years ago. This happened. He's only in his third year there now.
The image that always haunts me is the kids at Columbine holding the sign up to the window that says "one bleeding to death."
I know.
And they could have saved his life, but the cops were giant pussies and they waited. This shit has too many lives that, and even if he managed to not be a victim of one of these things, it's on your mind. It's on my mind. I'm not equating to what I went through with a mass shooting, but I want people to understand how embedded certain things can be. When my mom had her aneurysm, the bathroom was next door to my bedroom, and I was doing like my Pilates to my tape at the time, and I heard a thump, and At first I was going to ignore it. I thought my mom just dropped the shower head. But I was like, Mom, are you okay? And she's like, no. And that's when everything unraveled. This was in 2003. To this day, if I'm up in my room and I hear a thump or a bonk or the sound of something dropping, immediately I shoot up out of bed or wherever I'm sitting and I call down my husband, are you okay? People who have survived these things, every single noise
Yeah.
is gonna set. And
Nicholas, because of UNC, when he hears, because there were shots, right? So when he didn't before, we're from a rural area. When he would hear gunshots, it was nothing to him. Now he's, it's, and he's looking around, it wasn't like that for him before. He wasn't, it was
it
nothing.
is, it's and the other thing that haunts me is and I think people made a meme out of it, not a cruel or a humorous meme, but a meme to drive a point home. There was a screenshot when they released the footage from Uvalde. At the bottom of the screen, it said, the sound has been turned down so you can't hear children screaming. And someone just screenshot that and put it online. We're editing out the sound of children screaming.
Things, you know what? I don't think anything's ever going to change because if Columbine was, there's not even Columbine, there were so many shootings before that. Nothing's ever going to change.
But and that's one of the interesting things about that website that I put the link for. Dr. Langford did a flowchart assessment using, he analyzed who the shooter was inspired by, and then drew all these like weird lines. By the system however he did his analysis, the analysis of the social contagion and the inspiration for prior shootings, the deadliest shooting in America was Columbine.
Mm-hmm.
Because without Columbine, we wouldn't have had 100 others afterwards.
Yep.
And if you ever want to do a thing on Columbine, I could talk off the top of my head about that.
I don't know. School shootings, I really, I don't.
It is.
Well, you saw me tonight. I cry. I can't handle school shootings.
They're
a bit too much for me.
I can usually hold it together with that stuff. I don't know why. I think it's because, I wanted to be a mortician. So when someone says something like, don't look online, there's a video of the shooting, I'll go and I'll see it. And not because I'm sick, but just I'm curious and I'll see it. I'll be like, okay, yeah, people should not be watching this.
It's not that. It's just I don't know. It's just some subjects I can cover and I can talk about just fine, but school shootings, I just cannot. Like in general, it wouldn't even have to be Columbine. It could be any shooting. It could be Virginia Tech, and I wouldn't be able to cover it. You know what I mean? Like in general, I can't. It's just too much.
There's a really good documentary that I recommend. I think it's called 57 Minutes. It's
I've
about
watched
the
that.
Las Vegas shooting. And they're in the middle of all this horrific stuff going on. There's this father and son that are both cops, and the dad is on his way up to Paddock's room, and he gets a call from his son, making sure he's okay. He goes, I can't talk right now. Daddy's about to take down a bad guy. And it's this really cute, heartwarming moment in the middle of like all this horrific shit that's going on. And but it is a very compelling and fascinating documentary. And I think I hate to say it like this, but we kind of need to know about this stuff because our lives may depend on it. And if you are ever in situations, run, hide, fight.
Yeah, the
Those
FBI, I was
are,
on
they
their
say
website. They have that. Mm-hmm.
get out of there, and if you can't get out of there, you hide.
Mm-hmm.
And at the very last
You
resort is
fight.
when you fight. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that. I
And you
was
know
like,
what?
oh, the
If
FBI actually still has good resources. They haven't gutted that part of their website yet.
yeah,
Their school shooting stuff
well,
is still factual and like good, or like any type of
and
shooting.
I try to explain to people, like, I am for gun control. I am 100% for gun control. I'm not for taking away all of the guns. And I think people need to understand that not everybody who's for gun control is against guns, period. You know? And I just wanted to make that clear to people that I'm not
No, I think red
against
flag
guns.
laws
I'm
and
against
sensible gun
AR-15.
ownership and like being smart. And
Yes.
no, I'm pro Second Amendment. I'm for all that stuff. Like, we just have a
Uh-huh.
big problem in the United States. Can we just talk sensibly about it? Like, really, honestly. Come on, people.
Yep.
I've said that 100 times. My
Yep.
family owns guns. Like, the myth that liberals and Democrats and leftists don't own guns. Get the fuck out of here. Yes, we do. Like, stop it. You know what
Yeah.
I mean? That's stupid.
Yeah, we
That's
love them as much as you do. We just don't display it.
yes. Because we don't need to. Anywho, well, my dog is this is good conversations and stuff. I didn't mean to get all weepy, but I'm just
No, how many times have I gotten
I
weepy and
know.
animated
I know.
flat out stupid,
I know.
so I mean, I'm not saying you were flat out stupid.
Well, I think we cry a lot on our stream, Steph. Me and you seem to Quax is just like, what's going on with these two?
We put the stream in stream.
We do. But anyways, I'm gonna let my doji out, and I'm going to post all of our stuff and do all the sourcing. There'll be a lot of sourcing tonight, guys, because I obviously couldn't post it all. Like, there was so much from the sovereign citizen movement in Australia and the United States. Like, it'll be a lot in Kofi. So, like, if you want to check out like more information and stuff, I will post it, because there's so much that I couldn't obviously get to or post in the chat all night, because there's just so much going on. But there's a lot of articles out there, a lot of tweets I came across, a lot of good podcast episodes to listen to and link to that I got to. But you can only do so much in one stream.
No, I know. I feel bad again. Like, I feel like
Don't
I
feel
just
bad,
haven't been.
because sim theory is all you. I know nothing about that, so I'm gonna leave that to you. You are gonna prepare for that episode. I will let you.
Well,
I'm putting you in charge
just
of
to
that.
let everybody know, if you ever want to find out if you're living in a sim, you hit Shift, Control. Wait, no. Shift, Control, and C, and then you type in testing sheets true.
Love
And then
to you
if that, and then if
too,
you get,
Sandy and Mugs.
thank you, Sandy.
Yeah, I'm
No,
leaving that all
yes,
to you,
Sim
Steph.
Theory will be fun. Yeah.
Because I don't know anything, and I am excited to learn. And you can even show us some of your sim artwork while when we do the stream. You can show off what you've been working on too. And I know that'll make you
Maybe
excited. When you
maybe
get
I'll
excited
learn.
about your project, a project or a stream, you really throw your all into it. So I know it'll be good.
I was hoping that I could make Dr. Jones vitamin bottles, but I need to learn so I have the vitamin bottle template, and I have a template to use for the colloidal silver, but I need to learn rounding of edges in the photo edits before I can do that. So
I love you. Okay. Good night for real this
I love
time.
you
We're
too.
really going to bed
Good night,
tonight. All right.
everyone.
Love you guys. Let everybody
Thank
see
you.
you.
Bye-bye.